the main stuff. But then everybody, please, एक request है, अपने बाजू में जो है, उनके साथ handshake कीजिए, and then I have a dialogue to share, right? So can I please have that moment? Everybody beside each other, decide whoever is going to be your communication partner over here, and just do that handshake. Can I have all of you shaking hands with the person just beside you? Handshake रोकना नहीं है. Please let it be that way. Please let it be that way. एक dialogue है, which I'm going to be sharing with all of you. That is, today we gather over here. Yes, please repeat after me. If I may request everybody to repeat after me. Today we gather over here to share our knowledge and wisdom, and also get a lot of insights from all the wonderful people over here in this room. And most importantly, because this is an event for the finance sector, let's help each and everyone over here to earn a lot more money. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Love that. Thank you. We will now be continuing with the event, ladies and gentlemen. Event जो है मैंने तो बहुत कुछ बोल दिया है, but then prior to that, it's also important that आप लोग खुद उस चीज को अच्छे से देखो. So I have already told about the sponsors. I've already shared tips about the event as well. But of course, the AV is going to be helping us a lot more. Can I please have the event AV for all of us? And my stage छोड़ देता हूँ. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's for the event. I really love the name FINIXX. How many of you believe in rising like a phoenix from the ashes? ये चीज़ सुना है आप लोगों ने? I'm sure a lot of you have already dealt with that moment as well. But then thank you so much. We will open up the event for all of you. The event cannot really go without the opening address and introduction from the one and only lady who matters the most, the visionary, the one who truly leads from the front. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully Network. Please unke liye ho jaye zor se taali as I call her on stage for the opening address. And ma'am, jab tak aa rahi hai, tab tak taaliyon ki gunj rukni nahi chahiye. Come on, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhaji. Thank you, as usual. Kind. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I welcome you all to our today's event, which is Welcome to FINIXX 2024. I stand here today to welcome you all to the inaugural edition of FINIXX Summit and Award. We are proud to unveil this landmark event that marks the beginning of a new chapter for innovation, collaboration, and excellence in the BFSI sector. We gather here today at a time of profound transformation. The BFSI sector in India is not just evolving, it is reshaped by the powerful forces of technology, customer centricity, and regulatory shifts. As we stand on the threshold of an era defined by AI, blockchain, data analytics, and digital-first experiences, the way we envision and deliver financial services is being redefined every day. We have with us several distinguished speakers spread across dynamic panels who will be sharing insights on the BFSI sector and the factors that are driving the growth of this sector. The summit is where ideas meet action, where conversations spark solutions, and where innovation finds recognition. As the industry faces challenges in maintaining agility while ensuring security and compliance, We must continually ask ourselves, how can we stay ahead of the curve? How do we balance technological advancement with ethical responsibility? And most importantly, how do we meet the ever rising expectations of the digitally empowered customer? It is these questions that we'll explore, debate, and answer over the course of the day. And beyond the panels, discussion, and awards, the summit is about creating a community that believes in pushing boundaries and setting new standards for BFSI sector, for BFSI. Sorry. To all the leaders, innovators, and visionaries in this room, your dedication and pioneering spirit are shaping the future of financial services in India. I'm confident that this ideas and collaboration open here today will resonate long after this event concludes. Let us take, uh, Let us make FINIXX not only a success but a cornerstone for future endeavors. Together, let's envision a brighter, smarter, and more inclusive future for the BFSI industry. Thank you and welcome to FINIXX 2024. Before I leave the stage, I want to thank all my sponsors who helped us in putting this event together. Most importantly, I want to thank my team who slogged and put it up together for us. Thank you, team. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please have a lot more cheers for Vijay, ma'am, over here? Also, so please, thank you so much. Like I said, of course, we have wonderful support from our sponsors and partners, but truly, this event wouldn't be possible without this initiative from the team of AdGully. So, एक बार AdGully के लिए भी please everybody बजाइए जोर से ताली. The entire team, right from Vijay, ma'am, Neha, Saloni, Sunil sir, everybody over here. Thank you so much. So, we're getting the chairs ready for the first fireside chat. I'll quickly introduce the topic for you all. The first fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, is about innovating financial inclusion, bridging the urban-rural divide. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. This is about innovating financial inclusion, bridging the urban-rural divide. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be chaired by Manas Golaki, co-founder and CEO of ARM Worldwide. And it's going to be joined on stage by Abhishek Gupta, Chief Marketing Officer, Edelweiss Life Insurance. Can I please have all of you giving them a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Welcome, Swagat Ji, aap sabka. Request you to take your seats. Thank you. And a quick request before they begin their fireside chat. Sorry, aapka frame maine. But then a quick request to everybody, if you can please keep your phones in silent mode. We're having the fireside chats and panel discussions. We don't want to distract any of our speakers. So please, can we keep our phones in silent mode? And thank you. Full cooperation with the speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd first like to thank the entire team for having this for the BFSI segment as well. And and to start with the topic which has been given to us. While I lead an organization called ARM Worldwide into advertising and everything. This is very unique to me as well, the topic. And I'm really glad that it came up and it is something to ponder upon as well. We've been talking about financial inclusion, the rural-urban divide. And just to set the context right, we'll start with, hypothetically think of a guy called Mohan who was a farmer. And in 2019, there was a Pradhan Mantri Saman Yojana in which there are certain financial benefits which he was supposed to get, but he could not avail any of those because of multiple reasons: financial literacy, be it lack of financial entities in and around the rural areas, and so on and so forth. Up until 2022, where actually Aadhaar enablement actually came into place. Also, NPCI enabled a lot of financial transactions to happen in the rural areas. And this is something which happened in the rural segment, which was in a stark contrast with something which happened in the urban areas, in which in 2019, close to 6.1 billion transactions happened in 2019 through UPI, through online payments, and up until 2024, in which 16.8 billion transactions happened. So, we're seeing a stark difference and a huge urban and rural divide there. And, which is something for us to ponder upon as well, because the growth of the entire nation, be it the farmers, be it the rural population, it has a great role to play in the overall, overall benefit of the country. So, start with that, Abhishek. Like my first question to you is, what are the key disparities which you see between the urban and rural areas in terms of financial entities and inclusion? And what do you think are the things which are hampering it from happening as well?
Thank you, Manas. Before we go into this particular question, the point that all should probably take in account is the inaugural edition of FINIXX, and the inaugural topic is about the urban and rural, which itself talks about the importance of the rural market. Because urban market, we all probably have experience and we all this thing. Rural market that kind of gets talked about but not acted about. And start with a phrase. एक कहावत है, कहावत से start करते हैं if everybody understands Hindi over here. And this is very true for India. इंडिया के लिए कहा जाता है, understand what I mean to say now. कोस कोस में बदले पानी, कोस कोस में बदले पानी, 20 कोस में बदले पानी. So the moment you keep on moving from one place to another, the language, not the language so much, but the dialect changes. And the moment you travel some distance, first the kind of food and kind of pani, and you travel a certain distance, and the entire language changes. That is how India is. I come from the state of Rajasthan. Rajasthan itself are there so many languages, and within each languages there are so many dialects that one dialect cannot understand what the other dialect is saying. So that is what India is. And imagine yourself being a head of a company that you are going to launch in a country. Let's take an example, a country like France. We want to launch a product in France. France के बगल में Switzerland. The moment you decide your company grows and you want to go to Switzerland, it will obviously employ a different strategy because what works in France will not work in Switzerland. Correct? Now come to India. India can take at least 35 of these countries. At least 35 of these countries. Such countries. So that means what we are saying is it is impossible to look at India as a one when we are looking at the consumer. It is impossible to create your strategies when we look India as a one, because India is not one. India, there are multiple parts to it. That we have to take into account. That India is not one. What works over here will not work. To just go 100 kilometers and go to Pune. Or 100 kilometers chale jao, to वहाँ से बिल्कुल completely stop working. So that is there. Now coming to rural, and I'll come specifically being staying to the topic. I'll stick to BFSI as a category. And let me go a little more deeper, which is insurance as a category. What works in urban segment, and give you some data points. Our urban segment, our average ticket size is close to 1 lakh rupees. The same will not happen in rural part of the country. Because number one is the penetration of the product itself is fairly low. So when you are working on a product category where the penetration is low, you need to start offering them what we call as sachets. The sachet product, which anybody who is new to the category will first take the feel, understand the product, and then probably take a larger bet on that product. Unfortunately, what we try to do is, and even we are guilty of it, you create something for a larger market and you create a sachet version of the same thing and then try to apply it to the rural market. Unfortunately, that does not work. So, what is problem that we are facing currently? That's a problem and it's a challenge. And we all, as a fraternity, we face these challenges. How do I create products which are specifically meant for the rural market? And I want just one word of caution: don't understand rural as bottom of pyramid. They are not bottom of pyramid. Like in the urban market, there are people from the bottom of pyramid to the top of the pyramid. Same happens in the rural segment. We have ultra wealthy rural customers and we have customers who are at the bottom of pyramid. As you would look for an urban market in terms of creating different products or different product customer categories depending upon your focus. The same needs to be done for rural. So don't confuse rural with lower end of the spectrum. That is number one. Number two is yes, in terms of the mindset, they still have not been exposed to the kind of products that BFSI currently is offering, and especially the fintech players are offering. So what we need to do is create products which are tailored to the rural need. They're absolutely tailored, which might not work in urban market, but will work in rural market. That is second. Third, which most of the BFSI company completely tend to ignore is the rural distribution works very different from urban distribution. The distribution channel which works for urban market is completely different, and rural it is more dependent on relationship, it is more works on trust. So the distribution channel is different. So as you would take time to understand the rural market, rural customer, take time to understand the rural distribution channel as well, because that is what sometimes gets missed.
Sure. So, what we're talking about is that, in the urban population as well, like there's a vernacular check-in which keeps on happening because the communication needs to be different as opposed to if something is there in Europe and it's multiple countries, so the communication needs to completely change because of the cultural biases as well. So that's a complexity which comes in. And when we talk about rural, because of the lack of knowledge also and certain lack of amenities, they're not able to avail those things. Which brings me to the next question. Because of these, because these problems have existed over a period of time, and we know that even the farmers and people who are in the rural segment want to avail, say, insurance or a micro loan or something which is dependent upon the weather and otherwise as well. So, what do you think are the government policies and what has the government done over a period of time to enable these people in these segments? I want you to talk a little about that.
Government plays a huge role as a catalyst, and sometimes this catalyst also acts as somebody who's pushing you to do it through the ways of regulation. And therefore, the role of the government is extremely important. I'll give you an example over here. In insurance, the regulator, which is IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, has come up vision which is insurance for all by 2047. That is when we complete 100 years of independence. That is when we should have insurance for all. We all know, I'm not going to go into figures now, we all know how penetration of insurance is and how that needs to be really, really worked upon. So with the intention of that every Indian by 2047 will have any kind of insurance, there's a push that has come from the regulator. But the work doesn't stop at just something that you need to do. So what the regulator now has done is the entire country, there are 24 life insurance players in the country right now. So every life insurance player has been given one state or one union territory, some might have got two. And they have become the lead state insurer for that particular state. So let's take an example. For us, that state is Chandigarh. Chandigarh, don't just look at Chandigarh as an urban city. There are villages around Chandigarh. Actually form a huge and bulk of the population of the community of Chandigarh. So our job in Chandigarh is to ensure that we go into every villages over there, promote insurance, do a lot of activities, take help of other insurance companies, but ensuring that the awareness of insurance goes ahead. That's the first step. And then once the awareness is up, try to get more and more people in the insurance fold. And while we are doing for Chandigarh, there are all insurers doing for all states. That's the first. Second step is all of us have been given a list of villages which are different from Chandigarh. So for us, we have close to 100 villages that we have been allotted by the government, and the task is to go and sell insurance. And we have been given a target. 10% of the village's population, insurable population, needs to be insured in year one. The year one is going on currently. With the overall vision still remains the same as insurance for all by 2047. And that is the push that the government is doing. Government is enabling this also. Government is pushing us and government has created one product. One product is available across all insurance companies, very simple to buy because as I was saying earlier, you need to give sachet products to this consumer segment. It's actually a sachet product, very low premium. Since the premium is low, correspondingly some assured is appropriate according to the premium. But it gives a chance for that consumer to experience the category once with the hope and belief that once you have dipped your feet in that category, probably you will then take a larger or you can will do a dip in the pool at a later point of time. So government is doing a lot of stuff and without government push, and I'll be very honest in saying this, without government push, probably we will continue going after the more lucrative market rather than going after rural market because currently we see urban as more lucrative right now, but in terms of the volumes that the rural market can give, that's humongous.
Sure. All right. So my next question is that we talk about financial products which are customized for the urban population. Are there any initiatives, to enable these things for the rural segment as well? And if they're there, then how is the entire BFSI segment and the financial segment and the financial products being customized for the rural customers?
So BFSI probably was one of the early entrants within the rural segment, and we probably do not understand what there was a category called microfinance. Through that, BFSI sector had reached every village within this country. So microfinance institutions, MFIs, actually have managed to create a base for all of the BFSI to completely because they have what they have done is they have perfected the model. They have understood how this segment works. Now I'll tell you how typically does an MFI work. It works number one on relationship. There's somebody in the village who actually knows everybody in the village and who acts an agent or an intermediary of the financial company. And it is on the basis of trust imposed on that person is how the selling or I mean not selling, the consumption of the product happens. The first port of call is obviously always, and it nothing to do with rural, it has to do with all as human as a consumer. It is easier to give money to someone to get money rather than get money. So MFSI started with loans. So they started offering small loans, secured and unsecured both, to this limited circle. And that is how the network effect started to come in, but that's how the base was. So it's not that this category or this set of customers is new for the category. As an industry, we have understood how to sell or distribute products in rural sector. What we have not done a very good job of other than products like basic banking and some micro loans, how do I offer other products? Because there's always a laddering of product. You start with basic, which is a loan or a bank account, then you start adding products over that. We have laddered, we have created a base for us. Probably what we as an industry make better. How do I ladder up more products which are tailored to this customer?
Correct. So if I draw a parallel to this, that one of the organizations which I was working on was only looking at the metros and the tier one cities of probably giving out loans or credit cards and other things. And maybe this is like enablement for them as well. But what has happened is because of the maturity of the market, because of the multiple players which exist in the market, now they started to focus on tier three as well. They started to focus on certain rural segments as well. And this, I think, over a period of time, is enabling, the end mile when it goes to the rural players out there. And what has happened over a period of time, when we talked about disparities, that there was like a lack of internet earlier, there was lack of certain tools like UPI and digital wallets and all of those things earlier. They have been enabled, but what still is lacking at certain places is digital literacy. People in the rural areas and farmers, they still are very iffy about using these certain products. But I think what's happening is because of certain NGOs and certain initiatives by the government, they're getting digitally literate. They're gaining that confidence to use these products. They're gaining that confidence in understanding more about, say, microloans, also about insurance as a segment, and that divide is slightly reducing over a period of time. So that's what is happening. And there are many initiatives by the government which we spoke about earlier, Pradhan Mantri Dhan Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana as well. All of these things are helping, in the end mile. And what the government is also doing is working with, regulators and institutes like yourself, and making sure that all parts of India are covered, not only the urban parts, but also the rural parts as well. And I think that's the way forward, and it is going in the right direction, at an overall level. So that's definitely something which has happened, and fintech is also, coming at the center space within them because of, of course, because of reliance and digital penetration which has happened. A lot of people are able to see, enablement videos and DIY videos on, say, YouTube and other things as well. And there is definitely, because of the reach which is created, after 2017, that thing has become very, very quick, in terms of the literacy of the rural population, and that's moving in the right direction. So, I think, that's something which has happened beautifully well, and the government initiatives, and of course, digital also has a big role to play in it. Like these days, like earlier, we had only things which could target probably metros and tier one cities, at a larger level. But because of the digital penetration, we are able to look at certain platforms to reach out to these customers, certain types of videos which are there, certain platforms which people access now, not the popular platforms like YouTube and Instagram alone, but also other platforms which are there in the rural segments. Certain things like share chat, which is there, in the rural segments, through which people are sharing things more and more, getting digitally literate and getting enabled as well at a larger level. So that's something which is definitely happening. So I would just also want you to speak a little about how like organizations like certain definitive measures for digital literacy which would have come into the fore post with like rural sectors like this. Some initiatives which your organization, probably peer organizations could have taken to make sure that digital literacy happens as well.
Just I agree with all that you said, Manas. Just one correction, or probably a modification is it's our belief that the digital penetration or the digital product penetration is low in rural because it stems from the thought कि जो हमने urban population के लिए develop किया था, same rural population will adopt. It is not that. We have to create products, we have to create services, we have to create channels specific to rural sector. And don't, let's not put them both in the same parameters that because an Instagram Reels or something works very well over here and its adoption is low rural segment because that product is not meant for rural segment. The rural segment needs a separate product. I don't remember the name. A particular company had developed an FM only dedicated to rural segment and that was doing very well. Okay, so therefore the need is to develop products rather than saying that the digital adoption is very low in the big markets. Government push, especially with opening of those accounts, and then now with coming to fees like PMJJY and the insurance 12 rupees, which is given to everyone, have created a lot of penetration in the segment, and that needs to be done. As far as what companies like us are doing, so many times we have, and I'm again being very honest over here, many times we actually have been forced to go down that path because of government regulations. But as we have gone to the markets, we have realized the power. Let me give you an example over here. For us, if I just take one market which is very big for us, and probably will come under top 5 or top 10 markets, that market is Kolkata. Life insurance, high ticket items. Kolhapur is a very lucrative market for us. We sell huge amount of insurance over there. Our top state in performance is obviously because of the distribution, but top state for us in terms of contribution is Kerala. We do close to 15% of our business from Kerala market. So it is not like this that there is market is not available. Probably we have not understood the market enough to offer services. So given the success that we have found in markets like Kolhapur, markets like Nasik itself, we should not call it rural, but I'm talking about our business doesn't normally come from only Nasik urban customers, it also comes from Nasik rural customers. So one thing that we have understood very clearly is, which is borrowing from the NFI business, that you need to have your distributors from that place. The distributor needs to come out from that community, from that geography, because people like to buy from people like themselves. Therefore, our effort is to create more of, and I just got a message from one of our biggest advisors, Datta. I just got a mail from him or something, and therefore it's a good contextual point over here. Datta manages the Kolhapur area for us. And he does business which we have never even heard of coming from cities like Mumbai. But why? Because Datta comes from that market. Datta understands that people over there. Datta understands how he can tailor his communication. How he can tailor his communication for that particular market. So what we are trying to do is to find more Dattas. One Datta of Kolhapur, probably I need one Datta in Nasik, probably one more Datta in Rajmundry and other areas, probably more across the country, I need more of these Dattas. The moment we have this in place, business will follow. So if you ask me one agenda that probably we should do is we should try to enable distribution points within these markets so that the penetration will be.
They're saying that the local influence
Absolutely.
is able to cut through the cultural nuances and then talk to them in their language. Probably that's when the actual push will happen and people get onto the benefit.
That is actual influence marketing for that.
Is actually influencer marketing. I think with that we'll end this discussion and a lot of wonderful inputs in terms of the government initiatives. Also, how do we create local influence in specifically a language of a specific state or a dialect, and reach out to those people, make them understand the products much better, maybe customize them depending on the segment. If it's the farmers, something for farmers. If it's for the regular trade, it's for regular trade. Customize it and then reach out to people. Probably will get you better penetration and better business. Largely that. Great. Thank you so much.
Give them a bigger round of applause, please. हमारे अंदर बहुत ताकत है और बहुत से ताली हम लोग बजा सकते हैं. Come on, I request all of you to please give them a bigger round of applause और दूसरे बजा दो. And I request all of you to please take your seats, and we have some gift hampers for both of you. So if you may please accept the gift hampers. Thank you so much for sharing all the knowledge and insights from your end. Thank you. So we have the gift hampers over there. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so in the best interest of time, we would quickly like to move forward to the first panel discussion of the day. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So can you please add 3 more chairs on stage? And in the meantime, when the chairs are being added, I can talk to you all about the topic that's going to be discussed right now. And I'll also introduce our speakers and session chair for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is going to be about uplifting the financial advertising game, elevating user experiences through contextual targeting in a brand-safe ecosystem. I'll repeat the topic of discussion for you all once again. This is about uplifting the financial advertising game, elevating user experiences through contextual targeting in a brand-safe ecosystem. I'll first introduce our chair and then I'll introduce our speakers. Then I'll request all of you please kindly join me on stage together. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be chaired by Suchita, Head of Sales, Hybrid, and Lawrence G is going to be joined on stage by Ashok Shinde, Vice President, Media and Strategy, Pivot Roots, the HAPS company, Francis Rockets, SVP, E-commerce and Digital Marketing, HDFC Live, Srinivas Khanolkar, Head Products Marketing and Corporate Communications, Mira Asset Investment Managers, India, and of course, Anita Keswani, CEO of Madison Media Sigma. I hope the stage is ready. And on that note, can I please request all our speakers to join us over here on stage? We give them a huge round of applause. Everybody, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel discussion of the first ever FINIXX और जोर से ताली हो जाए please. जोर से बोला था मैंने वो resolution. Yes, yes. Thank you. Sir, thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Well, in this digital space, we have seen that contextual has started gaining a lot of recognition. And by contextual, we mean the right ad at the right time to the right audience. And that's how this whole panel has been fashioned. It is uplifting the financial advertising game, enhancing user experience through contextual targeting. We have a very eminent round of people out here, and they are marketers, they are agency people. So it's going to be very interesting how the questions are going to be answered. And I had this small chat with them yesterday and today, and I think I leave it to them to go ahead with how this is going to go. So my first question is, how important is personalization in an ad campaign that you all strategize, and how has the contextual targeting helped you?
I think even in today's world where you can actually know so much about the consumer because of the virtue of walled gardens, and they do have a lot of information. I think personalization really helps marketers be able to unlock more value for the money that they're investing. And you have to really look at it, say, if a brand is looking to put out a communication or want to reach out to the parent, if you're using personalization in your creatives, main comms, and also are able to talk to them in a space when they are probably researching or reading about maybe not just about let's say the financial product that's meant for parents, or let's say insurance that they could be selling, but also you could be talking to them when they are consuming content about maybe parenting practices. So it just allows you to broaden your reach to them and be able to solve some of the challenges which probably may come eminently with contextual when we want to look at it. People who are consuming a specific kind of content at a given point in time. So we could look to actually be contextual as well as digital lateral, but depending on the consumer that we're talking to at any given point in time for it. So it's extremely helpful for brands to be able to do a very relevant storytelling to the end user, and it's almost you are able to put a double filter on it. So you are reaching to the right user, you're taking the right form, and you're reaching them an environment when that actually was appropriate also for it.
So I think let's look at some examples where the context should be used, and let's go into the personalization. So I think from a life insurance perspective in the industry, I think one of the most important things is when do people think about life insurance? And there are very clearly defined life stages at the point at various points where people really think about like it's very much like the paints industry. So a lot of advertising for paints, but unless somebody's planning to paint, people planning to paint, it doesn't really kind of fall on right fertile soil. Similarly, life insurance, I think the first job, because that's when people think about tax planning and these sort of then during marriage, I think it's very unique in India. Like in most Western markets, what happens is that normally changes from the parent spouse. In India, both the sons and daughters don't like to change their parents out of their life insurance policy to buy another one. A third was childbirth, because that's typically the first time in your life where that there's someone who's completely dependent. A fourth good example is basically just before retirement, because that's when people think about, oh yeah, what do I do? How do I plan my expenses for the rest of my life? So all these are fairly important life stages. A few more important ones which we kind of uncovered over a period of time. One is around the first, if there's a death of an immediate parent. When I say immediate parent, I mean your parent, your spouse's parent. That's basically around the time when people start thinking, oh, they start kind of closing affairs, figuring out everything. Say, okay, what about myself? What do I do when this happens? So these are very important life stages, and reaching people in the right context, I think really kind of drives a message, especially about insurance. But I'm sure that there are similar things across different categories. When it comes to personalization, I think very specific points. Like for example, instead of calling the customer, you address somebody by name, that improves your sort of responses or connectivity on say calls by around 10%. This is I'm talking about somebody sending a direct marketing message or marketing message on email, SMS, WhatsApp, and then somebody clicking. Yeah, send the messages to your customer. And the likelihood of somebody picking up your call and you call them post that is 10% lower than have you kind of address somebody by name. Similarly, increasingly again in insurance and others, you try to create well the the same. You're trying to speak to the right audience segment with the right sort of give get. So for somebody based on your income, based on your else, one crore sort of life cover is good. Something else is to somebody else's. So rather than putting a generic message saying one crore life cover, which you sell this, you're kind of reaching out to the right audience with the more sort of contextual message based on income, based on other things. I think that's more likely to kind of have better click-through rates and response rates and so on and so forth. So, in short, I think very, very important.
So we see a lot of young people here, and I think probably trying to, most of them will eventually come to all of us trying to pitch something. So probably I'll try to address to them. So I represent as management mutual perspective. I think one of the key tools which most of the investors land up on our websites or any place is the calculators, right? And how much I'm going to save and how much I'm going to invest at what rates and how do we do it. Now that's where I think personalization can play a huge role because everybody's use case is different, right? Everybody's a different way. You can't just generalize in terms of okay, you're a 30 to 40-year age group or you're a 40 to 50-year age group. Somebody who's 24 and not married and somebody who's 24 and married will have completely different perspectives. So I think that's very crucial that at that step, at that moment of time, if you are going to help them with a very some customized solution, personalized touch to him, a touch to him. I think that plays a much more. So anyone coming to us later trying to build something should think of these things when they come and talk to us. And that's one step, I think, maybe the first step where your consumer is interacting is in all of this. And anyways, from uh, industry perspective, you would have all seen the amphibian frequency campaign and what it has created. So after that creation, the seed has turned warm for them. Now they want to know more. And I think that's when I think the previous Fireside said that talk to them in their language. That's very important.
I won't go too long. I think a lot of points have been covered. But I would certainly say, from a media planning point of view, There are two ways to look at it. One is whether we want to, what is really the role of digital? Because today there are two contradictory points of view today on digital becoming so much higher scale that earlier it was looked at one supplementary medium. So, you used to take television, digital was just for these kind of things. Can I look at textual? Can I do this? Can I do that? And today, I think while contextual is a great way to, of course, sharp target your consumer to be, whether it is in finance or personal, whatever areas that you want to cover. I think today there is an age that has come that digital has become so big that contextual has become a smaller element in the overall theme of the digital plan. So when you ask me importance, I wouldn't say it's extremely important because today people want reach. They would ask us the reverse now. How much reach is getting added by digital? That was not the case, fewer years earlier. That's contradictory point of view I'm laying on the table.
No, thank you. I think that helps. You know, there are a lot of ad platforms today that give you that personalization. Um, for example, there is something called triggers that is very weather centric. So a weather in a particular state would be different. Mobile weather is always changing. Yesterday it was one, and today it's another. It will be a nightmare for the ad tech platform to actually put the right weather up. But just imagine a scenario or case where you would have personalization on banners. That would be the best, right? Whereas today the emails go personal because you don't have the data for most of your clients, users that are there. But just imagine if that banner had to be personalized towards any particular sector. So that would contextually be targeted to one particular demographic. That would be amazing. So we're still waiting for that time to happen. It's not yet happened, I'm sure. But yeah, I'll just move on. Okay, from a contextual and a personalization perspective, the huge question that we come across is maths. So, what are the steps that is taken by all your brand safe environment? Because this space is ever evolving. You have content that needs to be the right content that your ad needs to be seen. This is irrespective of a written content or a video content. And I'm sure as marketers, you all are very, very sensitive to the fact that it should be seen next to it the right content. So, from that perspective, what do you look for, and how do you preempt this in maybe searching for the right platform or the right site? I would like please throw some light on that.
Understand. So at a pre-bid level, there are ways to look at tools which allow you to block URLs, or you can do some listing that you can block and stuff like that. That really helps. But overall, there are tools also that are post evaluation tools which really give you if you were targeting a certain demographic and did you really reach that target audience. That of late been seen as becoming quite redundant because you cannot do much with it after except just complain to the platform. So that is that. But I think the other third trend I would talk about is that typically, like I was chatting, this is more a multinational phenomenon for brand safety. There are multinational companies, and higher up the ladder in terms of digital evolution, those companies are picking this up more because you need to invest for it. So how much would you really want to invest in is the question. As regards what you were saying, it's so true that in print you don't have any such option. Wherever you're placed, you can't take responsibility. But in digital, if it comes up, the client is going to raise it up, saying, we could have done this, we could have done that. But it's something that we need to really evolve more in India as of now, is what I'm saying.
I think everybody says it is important, but 2016, demon, everybody's queuing around the ATMs to withdraw cash. So finance is important. Nobody wants to compromise on that. And I think when it comes to those sort of deliverables at the industry level and for a brand, your brand entity, your trust becomes very, very important. Right? And you don't want somebody cloning it, faking it, and then taking advantage of it. So, of course, we use a lot of tools to keep brand monitoring across the various brands we have. We try to figure out whether somebody is registering domains earlier, not using them. The moment anything pops up, then we would pull them down and do it. But it's also got to do with a lot of awareness that you need to keep making your clients aware, largely the prospects, because once a consumer is touched with you, the investor is invested with you, I think he will largely understand that this is your life, right? But the prospect who's getting lured by all of this, maybe some lucrative offers being posted out, I think those need to be dealt with severity, and that has to happen immediately. Today, for example, if you find now the laws are also getting stricter, right? You need to go and register a digital FIR with the cybersecurity police on these things have happened, and then they sort of act on it. And why it's important? It's important to keep your brand trusted by the investors, because eventually, if somebody comes to you saying that this is what I lost because of this, why didn't you take any measure? I think that's a fallback you can have that you already registered from you. Right? So there are enough tools, and I think what's going to happen is with the use of AI, I think they're going to evolve even further, and we'll wait for that to happen. But yes, it's a big headache for the brands to sort of keep line with the current regulations, the pace at which these things are changing, and yet sort of be on the right side.
Thanks, Srinivas. I think you already spoke about the entire piece around uh, fraud and ensuring that there's nobody kind of putting up false websites, misrepresenting your brand or phishing from customer information. I think on the ad side also it's equally important. There is a lot of work which used to happen primarily on negating URLs and websites. And some of the easy ones are simple. Right? You don't want your brand to be, unless you are into that space, you don't want your brand to be next to say a terrorist website or porn or say gambling sites and so on. So some of them are slightly more nuanced. During say COVID, there was a whole bunch of a lot of misinformation around possible cures and things like that. Would you like your brand to be advertised there? As a life insurance company, there's say a flood or a natural disaster. Life insurance logically is an important thing, but would you like your brand to be present? Wouldn't you be seen as a profiteering from say a natural calamity? Some of these things are relatively more difficult to kind of assess and then figure out exactly from a brand safety. Another interesting one these days is basically what are called as paid for advertising websites. So, some marketers like them primarily because it gives you lower sort of cost per view, cost per lead, and so forth. But would an educated enough customer like your brand next to a spammy clickbaity website? What does it kind of tell you? So these are some things where it's still conflicting. There are no straight answers, black and white. But there's a lot of work happening. And, while India is still catching up in terms of real big investment into some of these, I think it's gradually getting there.
Most of the points are covered, but as Vinita said, you have two ways of dealing about brand safety, at least in advertising space digitally. You look at your pre-bid, where before your ad is even showing up on a destination where you're trying to place your ad, this algorithm rules that probably looks at that checklist and whether that criteria is met or not, then decides whether you really want to show up in that placement that ad is likely to happen. And also the post bid is where I think a lot of brands actually have eventually figured out their template of kind of placements, kind of platform they would want to take. And they necessarily don't want to then deviate it too much from that. So by that virtue, let's say your 80-90% of money that you're spending is already on proven platform that you know has worked well for you or probably a brand sale. Just to give an example, even if you look at most of the wall pattern advertising houses, whether that's Meta or Google, they have so many inbuilt offering that really empowers advertisers and marketers to make that informed choice. They can probably look at certain category exclusion, as you're talking about maybe something like violence, political news. You probably can suppress your ad, and even though you are using very advanced audience segmentation, affinity based, in market based, your ad is not going to show up on those websites. But so there are ways in which many brands are already leveraging, and these are coming at no cost when you advertise with these times. So by that virtue, you do, uh, can exercise them very well and can prevent some of these mishaps that might happen, for your ad landing on a website that you don't want it to be for. But also equally, if you look at platforms like YouTube, it houses content of every kind. So at a content level, making that determination on platform which caters to multiple categories or multiple genres is also equally important for us to do. And there are tools, as Nita said, it's more about having brand to invest on those is eventually one of the key decision that brand often have to make.
Thank you. In fact, I think the first time that I heard about brand safety was almost 60 years back, somewhere in 2009, 2010, when the network industry was picking up in India. And that's when it was very imperative for most of the marketers to see to it that they are on the right content. Because in those days, it was just written content that was playing on video, playing a very huge role. So yes, you're right. And from that perspective, I think the whitelist and the blacklist is ever evolving. As of just yesterday on this hour, right? So that's going to be something that is very challenging from the perspective of how you need your ad to be seen in the right place. This actually comes to the next question, that is AI, right? AI is a big norm. AI is something very big today. I think the AI thing started just 2, 3 years back. Everybody's talking about it. But AI coupled with computer vision technology, and I'm sure you all look that for in most of your uh, most of your active partners. And from that perspective, your delivery also has to be top notch. How do you all do that? How is that whole thing done in when you're coupling AI with computer vision, or just AI itself? How do you select the right strategy to put that across? And not to mention AI also has its own forms. At the end of the day, it's AI. So yeah, please.
Two aspects. I think one is AI helps definitely drive scale, especially if you're have large number of SKUs and large number of products across different geographies, different sort of languages, and so on and so forth. Just creating apps and of your creative, making some of these things, AI definitely allows you to do that much faster. In the process of building an ad also, I think tools like the journey allow you to kind of visualize how the storyboard would look at much before you kind of go into a shoot. And some of these things really help because it helps bring to flesh a whole bunch of ideas that are still ideas in people's minds. It helps in running customer service, advertising, programmatics, or a bunch of other things. Apart from that, there are a lot of interesting stuff that AI can do from the end customer perspective, purely as a marketing, especially computer vision. So today, most Gen Zs don't really like a whole category insurance. How do I make use of it? So how about a selfie code? You go take a picture of yourself, and enough amount of work and computer vision, ready APIs which will kind of help you do these 4, 5 things. One, it tells you your gender fairly accurately. It tells you your age, you can say, the readers here. It also is able to tell you a certain amount of your heart rate and blood pressure. This is usually by looking at the blood flow uh, fraction of seconds. So that will be the short video. And all these while they're not being sort of came down, they don't preempt the requirement of say going for a medical test. It's still something interesting as a sales hack to at least get people through the door. So both computer vision as well as AI from a scale perspective as well as from very specific interesting use cases perspective. You'll see more and more of it coming.
Add a bit on this to say that, we look at emotional, like you can actually look at happy moments or winning moments, and then some brand celebs. I think a lot of brands and insurance companies take celebrities. For example, yesterday we had a chess champion. So, they would like to associate with such moments. So that can be done through AI very, very, very interestingly. And DCO, which is dynamic creative optimization, is also another part that comes here. It's very interesting when you can do it the time and the moments, or like he said, scale up creatives in a big way and also make them contextual. Those are the two broad things that I can think of.
Just adding to the same point, we have seen in our agency also, but we've been able to reduce human intervention greatly when it comes to either creating coming with copies or having a design. But not to say that it's actually then eliminating the human intervention, while I think it really is still needed, and probably have to probably put stronger checks in place so that you're not letting something not suitable for brand to still for it. So I think this really allows you to able to scale for maybe hundreds of consumer cohort segmentation that you would want to talk about. Able to write something for that specific customer segment, and also be able to create visually that depicts that even sure will in a way help you draw better outcome that you're chasing for it. So definitely it's in a big way it can help. And even from advertising, we have seen what generative AI can do in one of the ads, run by sort of large confectionery brands, and it has been able to create a lot of relevance to the people who are seeing where they are, and is able to really create awareness for the brand and brand love also.
So I would say, for example, how is AI helping us in analyzing customer data? It's helping us create personas. It's helping us understand who's your customer who's more likely to leave you sometime with analyzing the data of past and then predicting it. And what Vanita said, that if the media side of the data analysis can be stitched with it, then I think it can even further go up in terms of the what is your correct segment that you have to look at and how do you approach it. Challenge, however, is because from a PI perspective, right? This data, how do you keep secure? How do you ensure that the employees do not, who have customer data, don't have access to these tools? You don't want that data to be floating around there, right? So it's got both sides, and I think how do you going to use it and how you're going to make it more effective is eventually going to help.
Wonderful, I think touched upon all of it. So, well, spoke about computer vision also. And so the contrary, in today you see a lot of the same technology that's used in deepfakes, also used for better personalization. Okay? So you can have your celebrity brand ambassador come and speak to you individually as a customer. Okay? You can have the CEO of your company come and speak individually as a retailer, and so on and so forth. While this seems to be a trend, I think it's still, the jury is not out yet. Like it or not. To some extent, it seems to work. You can have, some celebrity coming in specifically a happy birthday or thanking you for say like quality. As as a consumer, when you realize that okay, this is basically just be put together for me. Does it really kind of resonate the same way with you had it been really genuine?
Well, we've all been hearing that there's going to be a cookieless world very soon, and we're still waiting for that, thankfully it's not yet. But I think most of us are prepared for it with the various ad tech platforms that have come up with, or offering you an AI/ML put together. Um, how are you all prepared? As marketers, as people who design, strategize, is that going to make a lot of difference?
I think as is rightly said, probably the cookieless advertising world, it's a little daunting to look at it, how it will shape up, and how we all will probably be looking to how people actually advertise that considering that given I think certain walled gardens actually puts a timeline to cookie application, so I think we have a lot more time to sort of be prepared for it. But I think in different ways, we all have been experimenting with it. Um, the use of first party data, I think, is one way you definitely can eliminate or manage brands needs to, really work toward acquiring that first party data at various levels. Um, and there are a lot of brands who are actually working, it's not just in BFSI, but even certain legacy brands or FMCG brand. They are now in this race to acquire for so that they can be prepared for it. I think in BFSI, the virtue of customer engagement, you do lend that information. So customer do lend it, and that's actually a really good advantage that BFSI really sits on to it. How do you really collect that data and then start utilizing it, for your just not about retention, it could be about for cross-sell, upsell, can really help solve for it. So first party is definitely up there on top of the list for it. And brands are actually equally starting to invest on customer data platforms and so on to be able to build that capability in-house too. Then I think that the core topic that we're discussing today is being something that all brands can look to. Contextual advertising is in a way is actually looking less privacy safe advertising solution. And there are brands who've been mastering that. And while it sounds that contextual advertising can have its limitation, but there are brands who are trying to create content which resonates with the larger dominant content consumption that we have. So imagine if a BFSI brand or a mutual fund brand, which went out onto creating a content in a comedy space, so that they could see the thought about, let's say, your financial planning, using comedy as an output. They could really talk to a much larger base. So now here is an opportunity for, let's say, BFSI, mutual fund brand into financial planning that is now able to contextually go in front of the people who are looking for comedy content for it. So you really could widen your reach massively and also be able to drive the outcome that you're hoping for it.
Francis, you want to give
So I think I just build on what you said. I think it's, cookie as well first party media. And the important thing is how do you take connect. I mean, BFSI has a lot of first party data. We are also, kind of notorious for basically asking people to kind of very quickly give their numbers and email IDs and then basically, choosing. So the idea is how do you try to create value? Somebody with heart will respond to that. Do they see value in interacting with you? And I think this whole thing about creating more of that value at different stages will be very, very critical in terms of being able to kind of move that. Again, contextual advertising becomes really important in the absence of a lot of third-party cookie data. And then people reading a very specific contextual post or watching this very contextual video. Again, some of those elements become important. The idea is how do you drive contextual advertising at scale? So most digital slash other advertising, typically have contextual smart advertising. And you'd also kind of go and perhaps advertise at just something that you do massively. Say, some of small advertising. Now, how do you kind of ensure that contextual scale? The help of AI, with the help of your first party data, with the help of a whole bunch of other things. I think that's truly a challenge in terms of cracking that piece. Having said that, the data keeps changing.
we already have options for investors to reject, right? So it's already there. So you have to play with what you have and how you're going to get. And he's absolutely right that BFSI, of course, collects a lot of first party data because the investors have already come in, so certain PI information are available and you go about it. But it's also important that you give them that option, right? given the option, do you want certain things or you don't want certain things from us? And the increasingly more you sort of adapt to that, you will find that rather than doing a massive exercise and spending that bucks and doing that carpet bombing to all of these, even personalization to an extent, uh, what who's really interested would then consume. And I think that then your penetration increases. So I think as we go towards that, and again, when that will happen, anybody's guess. Uh, but I think we should adopt those options which are already there.
Very less to add on it, but on the first party data point, you can create cohorts and segment them into various kinds of people. People who have banked in the last 30 days with XYZ, or people who use a credit card but travel and then upsell them for some travel card or something like that. These are the kind of things I believe that can be done easily. And the other thing I know in media is that you can create partnerships and you can share data which is not in the data form, and even in mass, obviously I don't remember the term they use, but it's encrypted. It's not data as, what do you say, that hashed, right? Yeah. The data is hashed. You can actually custom match it with the partners like Meta or Spotify or wherever. That's another media way of doing.
It's just that while I think we all spoke about advertising, one of the big problem or the gap that will actually create with the cookieless advertising is going to be the measurement. I think that's the key to solve for it. And a lot of actually, we as a brand, marketers who've been spending, say, a lot of monies on walled gardens is actually that will probably come under a lot of scrutiny and might not be able to show as necessarily the result that we get to see currently on. I think there's a lot of work we for platforms to do, for in order to really showcase that value. While we already see iOS doing that, and sort of Meta or Google already sort of actually building certain solutions in that space. I think it will be important for us as a marketer to be able to target and advertise, but it also beats for measurement. I think that's an equally important aspect to sort of dive into it and be prepared for it.
So contextual is here to stay. It just needs to evolve. And I think AI definitely will evolve from what it is today. Thank you so much, all four of you, for this wonderful, wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You all know what to do when the session ends. Also, please start I request all of you to please kindly come forward and pose for a group photograph. I request all of you over here at the front. जब वो ग्रुप फोटो होगा तब हम लोग भी तब और जोर से ताली बजा सकते हैं because I'm sure the photo is going to come out a lot better. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you for taking your time with us. Looking forward to seeing you a lot more in the upcoming years. Thank you. All right, so I believe for the next session we need 6 chairs on stage. 5 है हमारे पास. Can we add one more chair, please? Thank you. And in the meantime, in order to save time, I'll quickly read the topic to you all once again. This one is about the future of consumer engagement, redefining BFSI marketing. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. This one is about the future of consumer engagement, redefining BFSI marketing. I'll first introduce our session chair and then I'll be introducing our speakers over here. We have with us Harmeet Singh Arora, Vice President, Corporate Communications, Public Relations and Events, Zagal Prepaid Ocean Services, joining us over here to moderate this session. Please give it up for some, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's have some more noise, please, everybody. Thank you. Joining on stage, we have with us today Orghu Bhattacharya, Head of Marketing Payments with us. Give it up for Orghu, sir, please. Thank you. We have Ashutosh Nagare, VP Performance Marketing Interactive Avenues with us as well. Can I please have Ashutosh sir on stage? Thank you so much. Big round of applause, please, for Ashutosh sir as well. Thank you. We also have with us today Chandni Mehta, Director Marketing Turtle Mint with us as well. Please give it up for Chandni to be in the house. Thank you. We also have with us today Shweta Iyer, SVP and Head of Marketing, Rim and Kitch with us as well. Shweta ji ke liye bajaye everybody, please go Shweta. Thank you. We also have with us today Vishal Lohia, Lead Agency Relations Hybrid with us as well. Vishal ji ke liye bajaye, please go Shweta. I love that self-appreciation that you come to the table with. Thank you. All right, so the panel is ready, all set to share the knowledge and insights. To you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. Thanks and good evening, everyone. Pleasure to be on the panel. Very interesting topic. I was hearing the panels before. Some of them have covered something that we want to talk, and I'm sure my esteemed panelists have interesting more insights to give it to you. The topic is the future of consumer engagement, which is redefining the BFSI marketing. I will straight head on to some set of questions that we've worked on so that we save on time. My first question, we're not going in any order. Whoever thinks he wants to pick up first can just go ahead. How are BFSI firms adopting the marketing strategies to meet the expectations of today's digital-savvy consumers? And what role does personalization play in creating seamless, engaging experiences? If we go in any order, maybe ladies first, yeah.
So in terms of speaking to the audience in personalized ways, I think one important criteria is to understand that personalization is not just about segmenting the customer into broad cohorts. Even within a particular micro segment, there is a lot of heterogeneity, right? Amongst Gen Z, there are different kinds of Gen Z. Amongst women, there are different kinds of women. So I think earlier there used to be this concept of micro segmenting and then assuming that a micro segment is homogeneous. Important for us to understand that even a micro segment or a cohort can be very, very heterogeneous and then therefore customize messages for them as closely as possible. So micro segments within micro segments based on attributes, some division based on the region where they are curating vernacular content for that particular micro segment, using a lot of topical elements that resonate with the audience and not the same topical elements. There is so typically we tend to use a sporting event. Typically we tend to use something that's very current and then again use that as a one size fits all. But then even if you're creating topical content, it's important to remember that we need to use it in a personalized manner only when it's relevant.
Interesting. Using vernacular and regional content is looking up. Okay, go ahead, Chami.
Thanks for asking. I think the flip side of going into the second one is large part of what you're is already done, and that's why the demand of the consumer, like you're saying, the digital savvy consumer, is elevated, right? So if you are not first mover innovation or setting the context, you have to work even harder to impress your clients. To that, here is what we are doing to impress our customers and to see if there's any room for AI to help us, be there first. In terms of personalization, very what Shweta said, the answer for most of the engagement metrics. What we are trying to double click on now is the emotional aspect of the uniqueness of one person. Right? I mean, you are unique, I'm unique, and as individuals, if I spoke to you, you will know that I know you, right? And if my app spoke to you, it will speak to you in the language of your preference, or it will speak to generalize the region you are from, or maybe some guesstimate on maybe the religion or the festival you're celebrating, and that's where it is. But what we're trying to do is also in the content, we're tagging some content to say, here is where has these 4 to 5 emotional drives, right? Largely these 4 or 5 elements of emotions that drive you, right? So we started, identifying what's your drive for emotional, kick, right? So if you, and what are you driven by, right? Like what do you feel for, right? So regardless of which region you're from, which religion you follow, you like clicks, for example, right? And that is is so beautiful if I knew it, right? So on your birthday, I will not send you flowers, I'll send you chocolates. So, so I think what we're trying to do is when we are sending communications with tagging content to say, how can I know, this user's, and then we do a parallel research to say, is that somebody who is feeling for a thrill or feeling for something very sensitive, something for a cause, then what are the traits they are most likely to fall for? So we try to do that outside of this content tagging. And then this is my next big project I'm working on, but what Shweta said, has worked for us, will continue to work for us, and I think it's making the teams happy in terms of metrics.
So two things. One, I think first for advantage in a country like India as a website too, right? Because if you do it right, they'll continue to track and will do a better job and go ahead of you. I'm going to become your customer because I like chocolates. What do you want to do?
I'll break it down into two parts, right? First, a disclaimer. Personalization and engagement are easier to talk about sitting than actually solve for. Right? I'm better at talking about it than actually maybe I'm doing back at work solving it. So that's the disclaimer. So just speaking about BFSI, no. What are the three problems that plague us? First, if anybody here would agree, the first problem is high churn. Second is low conversions. And the third, I would say, is abundant journeys, right? Because we are in the digital space. So when you're looking at engagement models, you have to see at least whichever engagement model you are looking to, what to say, go live with. What is the problem that you can solve with it? What is the other thing that people forget when talking about engagement? Is the amount more than personalization, what content you put is for that helping that engagement. So whenever you are doing BFSI and you are doing say solving for engagement, four data points that I always look at. The first is historical data. Second is what is the contextual situation. The third is what is the technographic? Means where is he consuming? What is the phone that he will be consuming on? If it's a journey, how is he or she, what to say, going through the journey? And the fourth part is behavioral, right? That is when previous panelists also talked about cookies, talked about how people are behaving. So if we are able to stitch all four of these together, right? What we should end up arriving for BFSI engagement is we would we all as marketers and as business leaders try to drive transactions, right? But what we should end up trying to do is drive value. Maybe that is where the change lies. Right? For personalization, I actually will give an example of the challenge that we are facing. It's a Friday evening, so it's okay to talk about drinks, right? So you think you walk into a bar, what usually happens, right? So there's somebody who comes up to you and says, hey, please can I find you a seat? But what would be better? You walk into the bar and say, hi, Orvo, please come in. I would feel better. Think now I walk into a bar and the person says, hi, Orvo, please come in. I will take you to your usual seat. Now I'm getting fuzzy and warmed. The fourth best would be I walk into the bar. He says, hey, Orvo, come on in. I have your place reserved. And would it be the usual? So that would foster brand loyalty. I think this would take an attentive steward, right? And it would be at least 10 to 15 visits to that particular restaurant or bar for me to expect this to happen. But the customer who is walking in to your door today digitally is expecting this at the first go. So that is what you should be building towards. Does it happen automatically? No, it doesn't. Right? There will be a lot of trial and error, but hopefully we all will get there.
I think these restaurants are now trying to understand that if we get this kind of personalization, will that extreme personalization give him already a high, he consume less? If ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा तो ज़्यादा पिएगा. So that's a flip side. Go ahead, Ashutosh.
I think points are already been spoken about, but even on an agency side, and when we look at multiple brands, one of the common challenges that we have always seen is there is definitely personalization as a need, no. But having said that, how many of those brands are actually using it, right? And we see most of the times, despite the brand knows that the personalization is needed, but there are some of the other challenges to execute that. For example, creative team doesn't have enough bandwidth, right? They don't have enough resources that they can churn out so many personalized content pieces. That's where TCO comes into the picture. So we have built a proprietary tool which does the person small mapping and across multiple cohorts, multiple communication types, we are able to reach out to different audience segments on different platforms. So one part definitely personalization is needed, but how quickly brands can adopt that and execute that, that's one of the challenges that need to be solved for us. Second piece is, while this might address your problem of acquisition of the brand discovery or a product discovery or a service discovery, but like you just heard, fostering or nurturing that particular person more from a perspective that re-engagement is at the top of its game. Today, a lot of call centers are manually being deployed and resources are taking up the calls, whereas world is now moving towards AI-based call centers, right? If you know there's a particular pattern or a journey of a user that they always come on your platform and they engage, let's say, on a personal loan or maybe for some sort of insurance, health insurance, maybe they are concerned about adding their parents or wives or children dependencies. If AI is able to understand that behavior and promptly help, right, that definitely brings the brand loyalty, but more than anything else, it will add to a lot of your personal lifetime value. Right? So, like you just mentioned, we today chase leads, transactions, but are you really measuring your LTV to CAC ratio, right? And that can only happen with personalization across the entire customer lifecycle, from an acquisition to re-engagement to the entire lifecycle that the user is.
Just go ahead, Vishal.
Now, since most of the points have been covered by the client side and the agency side, I'll give you a we do actually get in conversations with a lot of clients who want to adapt these changing marketing strategies as per the platforms, facilities, and companies. What we do see is actually they do adapt very flexibly in these omni-channel strategies that they want to as in where they want to be with these, especially with these digital and tech savvy users, they want to give a very seamless and a consistent experience. So, with regards to that, obviously, omni-channel strategy works wonders with them. They have these integrated investment strategies also where they want to try not to break the chain or the customer's journey. If to give an example, if a person is filling a loan application form online, can also find a branch or a mobile app if he's not able to complete that loan application form. So when we have such conversations, basis the various publishers that they have different kind of strategies ready for them. So yes, personalization is something that they really give a lot of importance to. They're facing technology, they're facing customer experiences. They leverage a lot of data-driven insights, and they take the audience data first to understand as to if this can really be maximized in terms of getting the ROI. So, I think in today's time, personalization is something that the marketers are really up for. They understand everybody's digital savvy, and digital channels are the right way to reach a wider audience and gather customer insights, because that is how they will be able to map their next campaign or maybe the next move that they want to try and create a funnel. So yes, this is how they are adopting to marketing strategies. Yeah.
I think now just to fill up a half form, we quickly got a call back. So, kya hua? So, before I go on to the next, discussion, anyone have a quick question on this particular topic? I want to make it more interactive so that's not a one-way flow. Anyone? Any fans? No worries. So the next one is data is king, data is a new oil. You all have too much of data. But I think being in the BFSI sector, we come with a lot of issues on compliance, data privacy. How are you guys navigating through that? I think I'll go start with you. It's very tough one, right? Because we all are highly compliant as an industry.
It is tough, right, for the compliance space. But the ethos does not change. So there's a I wouldn't say it's organizational ethos, industry first that we should all follow. The first is transparency. We should tell people that we are collecting data, right? Then it is up to them how we use the data, what is. And the second thing is whenever we use the data, we should always think, are we using the data for the betterment of the customer? So those two are the basic starting blocks. Now, people talk about data in a lot of varied ways, but I look at it in only two forms. If I'm using data, how I will use it to learn more about my consumer. If I'm leveraging data, then I will leverage data to serve my customer better. The utopian thought here that we try to proceed with is that data leveraging should not help me as an organization to sell better, right? It should actually help the customer to buy better. So that's the bottom line. Now, how do we use data, right? And how do we leverage data can be very, very contextual in nature, right? First, it was only about right customer, right time, right platform. Now, with personalization, with AI, ML, with the data we have, we also have to address right product and right message. So, another example here could be if so I would say winter is coming, right? Everybody would be conversant with that. So creative idea would be, okay, hey, I want to sell a jacket. I'm a platform. I would say winter is coming, and that would be the and I would sell it. But now what I want to do, based on his his or her browsing behavior, on their historical context that I have, I would want to suggest the style. I would try to suggest the style, the size style, and also maybe the type of wear that they have. Now I can use data from his or her mobile to showcase which area of the country they are in. Right, a winter wear in Bombay would look drastically different than that in Delhi. So that is where I'm actually leveraging data or leveraging data wants to serve the customer better. Right. The whole idea is where do I overstep? I should not be messaging my customer telling यार तो बॉम्बे में जैकेट मध्ये टी शर्ट देखी so that is where we are overstepping but so to say think customer first. Think how will the data help my consumer or customer buy better? Right? The selling can happen anyways. Shweta.
Thing about BFSI and specifically fintech is that customers know that you're collecting data. There is explicit consent that we take. So on some level, customers are expecting a level of personalization. But the point is, how do you do it without being creepy? Right? That's the line that we have to strike because we do know a lot about the customer, right? So it's one thing for me to say, hey, you left your loan journey incomplete. I'm going to give you a cashback. Please come and complete your loan journey. That is okay because the customer is expecting us to know that he's left his, loan journey incomplete. But if I tell him, hey, your CIBIL score is 650, and therefore I'm going to charge a higher interest or I'm going to lower your loan amount, then that crosses the line, right? Even though we may have that information, what information are you using? How prudent you are with it, and whether or not you ethically maintain those boundaries. That is important in terms of data privacy. Of course, we take consent. We have a lot of information, right? But any other player for that matter, Swiggy and Zomato, who pride themselves on being extremely personal. I would be spooked if they say, hey, last night you got dosa batter, why don't you get chutney today? Right? They cannot do that. I don't think any provider, even though you put the customer first, that is, like I said, you can't be creepy and how much data you have, of course you have my shopping history. But if you're going to allude to something that I think is very personal, then I think that is a breach of privacy. So collect all the data, but we need to know where to strike that balance and not to cross that line between being creepy and and being customer centric.
Interesting. Something to do.
I think it's a very delicate conversation. There are consumers in the room, right? Especially why? Because there are conversation reviews where data is this is the amount of data we've been able to collect, and so we can develop these recommendation engines, and so we can develop new products, and so we can do packages, and So we have, this is our way to profitability, right? So, but when you think customers, I think, this whole insecurity we have with data privacy is largely because, um, of the guys who are in the business for the short term, right? Because in the long term, you will like to build relationship. Think of this as a relationship outside the digital world, right? If I know somebody and I know a lot about that person, I know the barriers and इससे ज़्यादा cross नहीं कर सकते. I know I can't talk to you about what happened with your mother-in-law and what happened. I can't talk. Even if I know, I can't talk about it. So you see, I think what happens to some of the things we already discussed, what happens is when you try to be cheeky about it, you lose the conversation, you lose the thread, and so you lose the longevity of your business. So I think it's not so much about the privacy or security; it's the respecting of someone's personal space. So I think that if we are able to learn on where, I mean, and for some people, their personal boundary is different, and for some people, the personal boundary is very different. Right? I'm okay to talk to you about a few more things than somebody else, for example, but now I think that's something digital hasn't solved. Right? We have to. I don't know how to in the digital world solve for identifying boundaries at a personal level, right? If there's any innovation around that, it would be beautiful, right? And there is, like the innovation is mostly ask you, right? Consent based, can I access your bank account? Consent based, can I access your email? Can I? So I think that is respecting the boundaries. So and as long as I don't mind it, I don't mind it. As long as I don't mind, I like sometimes, to say, hey, what the batter, so get the check. And I'm like, wow, I'm not going to be in a situation tomorrow morning. So in those cases, then we probably like it, So it's a support situation also. So I think we need to work on identifying what is the user boundary that where you can add value. So yeah.
Using the real and the real world should be built together in a similar fashion. Go ahead, Vishal, your thoughts.
Thank you. Since people have already covered with respect to data privacy and how we should be really, really careful in terms of setting our boundaries, I would like to give a publisher's mindset and a point of view where when I deal with or I interact with client side people and the kind of headache that they have with respect to the large volume of data that they are sitting on. So data has two aspects to it. One, we have to obviously be very careful with data privacy, data encryption, and obviously they solve for the security solutions and all that. But I have what I have been the witness to a lot of discussions where they have said that because of data overload, they've not been able to figure out the right touch point for the customer journey, the life cycle, or maybe because the CRM was not up to date, or there has been data overload and there's been a analysis paralysis because of that. We are not able to actually figure out where exactly did we use the customer in that entire mapping. So large volumes of data also does create these kind of problems and scenarios where they're not able to really figure out where the ROI went missing or why did not particular campaign was successfully driven. But coming back to the core point, yes, we have to be very, very careful in terms of building trust and a strong long-term relationship for any BFSI, for a bank or a financial services institution, that we ensure that there is transparency, there is communication, there is informed consent when it comes to looking about data. They should know where this data is being used, and that we are not making any not profiteering or we have any personal gains out of it. So yeah, that is my point of view of kind of discussions we have with respect to data.
I think it just reminded me about one of the industry cases which just happened on India. One of the very common affairs, they sent a notification on a phone, you forget an ID. And she actually did very offensive. She posted on LinkedIn and almost like 1,000+ mentions. quick commerce was just like to explain like on multiple platform. It was a mistake and all. So again, understanding your consumer, what kind of products would appeal them, and the messaging through which you're reaching out to them, it is very difficult because the long-term relationship we spoke about it, right? You might just lose a customer just because of a wrong message or notification being sent. Okay? Plus, it can also agitate multiple network, create bad reviews about your products across multiple platforms, which can further turn down to a lot of other customers or prospective customers, which might consider your product or services, right? So, using the data of the consent is definitely something that needs to be taken. But how are we again using this data and reaching it back or nurturing that customer? This is pretty much important, right? Today, someone who has like let's say done a travel booking and you know that has gone on a travel booking, you can definitely cross sell them with the travel insurance product, right? Or else, let's say someone who's in 30s and just taken a personal loan or a car loan, something like that, and you know that these historically or contextual data you have that this person is also looking for a wedding banquets or something, sell them a wedding loan. So personalization, when it comes to the picture, when you know what message and what product you're selling is also critical as compared to rather than just sitting on the data and just
Interesting, interesting. I think we're talking about ML, AI, not talking about AR, VR. In a serious category like BFSI, what are the kind of use cases and innovations that you guys are seeing, which you have kind of witnessed yourself, or you kind of doing it for your organization, Finicode can pick up? So good all.
Yeah, so we tried something like this a couple of years ago. Very few players in the market who do it well. In my experience, we started doing this 3 years ago. Some of the use cases we were also struggling to find is, to be actually hard for BFSI to look for. So I think your question makes a lot of sense, and I think we're in the same stage. There was a case where we identified to say, explain to our enterprise clients on how we build the engine behind what's happening in the front end. So we did a scanner, and then there was an augmented showcase of how this pipeline. So we did almost like a analogy to explain the complexity in building that tech. So if you were, that there are APIs that talk to so many each other, so many players for code, for renewals, for customers. So all that needs to is like the piping of the whole thing. So we built like a pipeline. Say, it goes from here to here, and the pipeline goes. So literally make those like those pipes, and then what is an API. So that's how we do it. Uh, we've also tried, attempted, not never done anything about it. We built, like a metaverse equivalent platform to our agents come on the platform, and take a look at all the sort of products there are, and these products are also defined in a video format. So I think, because it's intangible, it's a lot more tough for us to look for use cases so comfortably. And the only sort of, sometimes people are not interested on how you have got it. Like at a retail level, I don't see. I want to see how you're doing it. At an institutional level, I worry about how you're doing it because it's going to impact my longevity in the business. So there, the whole complexity simply simplifying that, we use VR for metaverse, we attempted. I think the quality of the whole output has not impressed us as much as we were imagining it would. Not yet. Not yet. I think there are some cases we've done in small, like brochure for that, but very.
I think during the COVID, when you guys did this metaverse gathering for agents, I've seen that. I think it's a great one. I'm not sure why you guys didn't highlight that or apply for multiple awards. That's a brilliant use case of how you can use a metaverse in a career like agents. What are your thoughts?
AIML basically, I think, is joined at the hip with everything we discussed today, right? So there was a point on having a large amount of data, right? Humans can't go through it. AI will help us do that. There was a lot of talk on personalization, right? AIML both on the content side, both on the service side can help us with personalization, right? So there are two ways. So speaking of my organization, we are looking at AIML in three layers, right? We'll talk about the most important layer first. Most important layer is security, right? So AI ML can be used to secure your transaction. So the whole idea is that now, why do you think is sometimes when you're shopping somewhere, you get a call from a call center, right? Or sometimes when you are going on to maybe your favorite platform, sometimes it asks for your OTP, sometimes it auto reads it, right? Next, when you are going to a new website, right, or maybe some D2C website you have been, or some BFSI website you're visiting the first time, still you find your card or the offers on your card reloaded. So AML is being used to pre-screen your risk profile and pre-screen what is safe, what is not, right? And it is not only done from a consumer's angle, it is also done from a supplier's angle. So that's one part of AML, which I personally definitely feel is making what to say life better. Something which is coming up, I think you would also know that it will come to India soon. Is we have two-factor authentication in India and very less markets. Still, there is so much fraud, right? OTP fraud or whatever. So there are companies working together which will take away OTP altogether, right? It's basically your biometric will become the authentication to go through the transaction. It seems so simple, right? So the whole idea is I can steal your OTP, but I can't steal your fingerprint, I can't steal your face. So the whole idea is that the next transaction that you authenticate, your face will authenticate it or your fingerprint will authenticate it. So that's again being powered by AI. Right? The other part of the AIML, which is the engagement part. So whenever you are seeing, maybe you're going onto a website, maybe it's a good commerce website, maybe it's a travel website. How do you think the offers get populated? How do you think if you're having maybe X bank card, why do you see offers related to that card? When you go out there and do shopping, right, you see a particular product for you and you see available into 3 into 2500. It's a 7500 product. And the offer you see will be from the same bank you have. That is AI, ML, and personalization and what to say, content engagement all working together. So, is it going to snowball in the years to come? Yes, it will. But more of it will be behind the scenes, as she was mentioning. It would be on the enterprise level, it would be on a service level, but the benefits will be for the consumers and customers.
Interesting point on biometric because I was going through a review which just sent to me by someone that there is a jugaad, hackers have jugaad for everything. All these selfie videos that we click, we're throwing away our biometric, right? And that goes into dark web and it's available for you to, be hacked. So, on your thoughts, Mr.
Yeah, I think this is one of the areas where honestly we haven't seen much success far. But this is one of the next big game changer. While on an AR VR front, we are seeing some sort of lenses and some sort of personalization being there in terms of engaging with the user. But more from a servicing angle, like I mentioned earlier, right? When they already started getting AI call centers, and you have with no humans there, you have the AI bot which answers all your queries, understands what your buying pattern has been, what touch points you have engaged with. Plus, they are available 24/7, right? So, so much to be adapted in India as a market, but I think there are some brands like Redefining and all they've already done some beta projects, taken it live, tested it out. One of our clients from banking sector, they are trying out rather than video KYCs. If an AI-based video KYC can happen and we can expedite the process of sanctioning the loans. So I think that there's a big opportunity.
Specifically on AR and VR, like everybody said, I don't think there is a strong use case in our industry, specifically for our brands which cater to slightly lower income group. tier 2, tier 3 terms. The quest for us is to simplify marketing and simplify the journeys as much as possible. So I will not sacrifice simplicity for supposed innovation, right? As marketers, sometimes we get very tempted to innovate and say, I have done something with AR, I have done this, right? But ultimately, if it's not helping the audience, if it's not solving an audience problem, see, we are problem solvers. For us, as marketers in fintech, as marketers in BFSI, we are problem solvers. Our job is to demystify finance, investment, insurance, all of these various subjects for the user. So I cannot innovate for the heck of it and say, hey, there is a fad, there is something in the market, let's try. Right? But there is something that we tried. It's not exactly AR/VR, but we did try personalized messages for each customer. So that was done through, our CEO's face was there and he was calling out to each customer and each DSA and saying, hi, this is what we are offering and we are now offering this kind of loan at this percent. That was a sort of a personalized message. Wouldn't qualify as AR/VR, but that was something that we could send on WhatsApp. And that worked really well, but specifically in our industry, I don't see that being adopted anytime soon.
Your thoughts, Vishal?
Again, going back to the publisher platform, I represent hybrid. We have conversations and we have new innovations and businesses in the mutual fund financial services category almost every month. Uh, as a matter of fact, we have a lot of nominations in the today's program meeting where we have more categories being nominated for the use of AI. ICSA2 being one of them. Uh, so coming back to the point that the use of AI and ML, because we have our own DSP, we do pitch such rich media innovations where we are able to understand the, the help of predictive analytics, the model that our AI is capable of understanding what is a customer need or what is a potential, uh, who's a potential customer who's on the internet right now wanting to take a mutual fund or is investing in stocks and will be a potential customer, who can be read. So these kind of analysis the AI is capable of is doing for us, and we are able to deliver the kind of top funnel targeting campaigns that we do for our brands and the awareness and inspiration category. So yes, these are a few use cases that I have come across, and we actively are also meeting other brands where we are showcasing these existing performances and trying to build that trust that we can definitely deliver for their top funnel solutions.
Interesting. Last question to the entire panel. I think we'll take just 1 minute each. We're going to answer that. Financial literacy, helping the customer with the storytelling kind of a format to build a long-term engagement. Do you think that is something which is a way to go? Because I was in a session yesterday where the SEBI ED said today India has reached about 13.4 demat accounts in the country, and we are at 141, 1.41 billion, population. Next step कैसे करेंगे? Is financial literacy with the storytelling, hand holding, building engagement on a longer time is the way to go? Of quick statements on that, and then we can wrap up the big session to the audience.
Sure, we'll keep it short. Just, in the insurance case, it's even personal. What you're saying is a very big number to the demand investment case. And that, to me, is the biggest issue country has, right? Because when you're looking at investment, you're not looking at protection for investment. And that could sort of sweep away all the hard work your money has done for you for so many years, right? I think the start of financial literacy is protecting you against, where you are at least, you don't go down further, wherever you are, right? So I think a lot of the hard work needs to be put, like I have heard, because we're in the insurance business, we've seen this and we feel for it a lot more. And of course, in the last many years, I've been in the lending space, payment space, but I think this is going to change lives. If you don't, if you're not insured or underinsured, it, your family is lost. Like you go back to a couple of years. So, yeah, I think to your question, yes, financial literacy is the way to go. What we need to do is help them imagine that if you were in the journey, where could you be if you're not in it? Right? I think a lot of that, and I think a large part of if you understand it, there's a sense of insecurity of whether or not will I get it, whether or not should I believe you, because you have a so-called economic gain out of it, right? And it's a process, it's a process to win the trust. And so it keeps doing more, maybe getting less, and which is you're giving the content a little bit more, the assistance a little bit more, the care a little bit more. You let go of some of your margins sometimes also to make sure that you're in the lane where the TV and so I think it's
Well taken. You've got a short on time. 30 seconds each.
Yes, of course, financial literacy is the way to go. Like I said in my earlier comment, we are custodians of customer education. We are problem solvers. So the more you talk about finance as a subject, so we do that on our app, we do that in our email campaigns, we do that on our social media, where we don't just trust the product, but there is a lot of information that we give on investment, on maintaining credit score, on borrowing, saving, how do you plan a holiday, how do you plan for your first car, how do you plan for your first home. So there is a lot of customer education, customer awareness that we're doing in terms of safeguarding them on the online space, saying, hey, share your OTP, beware of phishing, all of that. So we are members of FACE, which is FinTech Association for Customer Empowerment. We work very closely with these organizations to create that awareness and educate them.
Are we want to go next? Ashutosh, either one.
Yeah, I think more from the perspective that category as whole together needs to come and drive this financial trust because currently a lot of individual organizations are just trying to create sort of an awareness in terms of don't share OTP, be aware of unwanted calls that you might get, so on and so forth. So perhaps it's more a category driven problem that needs to be solved for and maybe that can make users a lot more aware about the product, services, what is right, what is wrong, so on and so forth.
I would just say, in BFSI fraternity, we are not in the business of money. We are in the business of trust, right? And what financial literacy does is gives us a chance to catch them young, right? And if you catch them young, you'll be able to foster trust over the next years, right? It is not only beneficial for them, it is beneficial for the whole fraternity.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Continuing with that, yes, absolutely. Only then a bank can evolve from just being just a financial provider to a trusted advisor, and then it can evolve. It can be a long-term partner with the user. So yes, through influencers or thought leadership or content series, financial literacy is extremely.
Thank you, my fellow panelists. It's a esteemed meeting that we had, esteemed panelists that we had, and thank you for the great insights, and really thank you. BFSI marketers, relate to our, day-to-day journey to what happens with Milkha Singh, right? When he goes to his coach and says, "Sir, padi nahi, lekin maza aaya." So that's it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. Everybody over here. Thank you so much. Please kindly come forward and post for a group photograph, all of you, please. Thank you. And we have some goodies waiting for you, Niche, so please do collect them from Pizza Jail. Thank you so much. We have some Pizza Jail goodies for all of you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Unke liye ek aur baar please bajaye everybody. Thank you so much. Takes a lot to really get a session going like this all the way. All right, so in the best interest of time, we are on the delay, so considering that, we will quickly move on to the next one, which is a keynote address. मैं request करूँगा आप लोग को थोड़ा please ये जल्दी करें हम लोग, so that we can move this. We have a keynote address right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the keynote is transforming BFSI, the cultural barriers, and a neuromarketing solution. I'll repeat the topic of the keynote address for you all once again. This is about transforming BFSI, the cultural barriers, and a neuromarketing solution. Let's get this going a little quickly, please. Let's have more people, please. Hey, it's a keynote address. Don't each other. Yeah, let's clear the stage and we just need one mic, I believe, right? एक mic बस दे दीजिए मुझे please. And let's move this question, please. Yeah, thank you. Help me with the mic, ना brother. Mic, who do we have? Okay. Cool. ये showpiece को भी हमको please फटाफट ले जाना. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. एक बार इनके लिए बजाइए please जोर से तालियां for the hotel staff working so hard for all of us. Thank you. Nice listeners to matter. All right, so the keynote address topic right now, ladies and gentlemen, is transforming BFSI, the cultural barriers, and a neuromarketing solution. To talk about this a lot more, we have with us the presence of Sandeep Walj, Group Chief Marketing Officer, Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Please give it up for Sandeep ji, everybody. Thank you so much. As I call him up on stage, please don't say bajaye, sir, nahi aayenge varna. You'll miss out on the session. Thank you so much.
All right, fantastic.
You ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I think it was the end of the day, and I'm sure that those of you who listen to me will have a little bit of fun, right? Okay, with that promise, let me ask you two questions, and the answer to those questions will get us all into the mood for this very small presentation. Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you. And as I said, I'll try and kind of make it interesting. The first question: how many of you do not want to be rich? Everyone wants to be rich? Right. How many of you are fully satisfied with the financial planning that you have put in place? The asset classes, the diversification, the tracking, all the right stocks in the portfolio. How many of you are perfectly happy? Yeah. All right. So that is really the topic of this keynote. Why is it that everyone wants to be rich? Right? Everyone wants. The whole thing we do from morning till evening is for financial upliftment. But as the previous panel said, the financial literacy, the penetration of financial products in this India, in this country, is less than 2%. It sounds very, very difficult to understand, right? I mean, this country that does jugaad for everything else, somehow avoids the money question, right? So why is it that we avoid the money question? Many years ago, we commissioned future brands. Their logo appeared somewhere on my presentation. Santosh Desai and team did a fabulous job of talking to 1,500 families across the country. So the next 4 or 5 slides that I'm going to show you is the summary of that finding, which got to the core of this business. Why is it that people avoid investing? And therefore, the first part of that answer is that there is a very strong sociological force that is preventing people from being careful about their money. So my presentation is parts. First is the social value of money. The second is a neuromarketing perspective, which tells you how the problem is complicated by our own brain chemistry. And then I'll give you some solutions, which are logical from these, and then of course from our experiences. So, what is the sociology of money? Obviously, as I said, the question is that why is money so resistant to change? Right? Why is it that we don't money management, as was very clearly demonstrated by these historians? The answer is that money, the beginning of civilization, or when money was invented, very quickly came into a universal medium. Right? So it translate anything into anything else. While that sounds positive, it is also negative, as the next slide will tell you, because it is capable of putting a value on everything. Right? And it can put value on even the good things in life. Therefore, our forefathers of civilization realized that this is a fire. Right? So, because somebody who has money, even if that person does not have enough virtues or enough wisdom or enough knowledge or enough respectability in the society, very often the members of the society have to acquiesce before that person. So it's actually not a right thing, and then therefore it was seen to be a fire, very dangerous force. It resolves all the differences that is there on the basis of culture. Yeah, you get it. The very wise man in a village has to bow down in front of a zamindar who may not be as virtuous or even as an So when they realized that, what they did was they put this elaborate uh, things around money. Right? So they realized that the money needs to be contained. Those cultural systems, there are four of them. Right? First is that we made money something that is need based and not desire based. That's the only thing in our life we are taught. जरूरत से ज़्यादा पैसा साथ में करो. If you go to discourse of any of the religious spiritual leaders, first thing they will tell you is that do not run after money. Right? They will never tell you do not run after knowledge, do not run after love, do not run after friendship, but do not run after money. This is what is the culture that there is across the civilization, not just in civilization. We made frugality a virtue. देखो कितना अमीर आदमी है और देखो कितना सादा रहता है. That's a virtue. Right? We never say कितना intelligent आदमी है but बातें पागलों जैसी करता है. That is not something that you are proud of. Right? Money has auspiciousness. Lakshmi का अपमान नहीं करते. Right? There is also that because you want people to respect money. And then there are responsibilities on your shoulders. Growing up, you have your family to look after, you have your community to look after, you have your country to look after, you back to humanity. When there is somebody filthy rich, people then at the end of the interview ask him, what about philanthropy? And so on and so forth. Right? So that we have changed things around money because money has that fire kind of effect. Only a few could harness money. Correct? Only a few people need how to manage money, those are businessmen or whatever. And that was looked down upon culturally. Right? So culture after culture, from Shakespeare to the Hindi novels, there is always that exploitative money lender and a loud businessman. Earning money is almost always looked down upon. It's again because rooted into this whole need to change around money, to reduce this whole destructive power of money. If you go to any average Hindi movie, you will typically, not now anymore, but in 90s, when I was growing up, it was a sentence or a dialogue like अगर अमीरी इंसान को वही बना देती है जो अमीर हो तो भगवान का शुक्र है कि हम अमीर नहीं रहे. What does that tell you? Somewhere, lack of surplus is compensated with respect, dignity, and morality. Right? So this whole nichode of thousands of years of genetic programming that has made us into complicated souls. When it comes to money, we can close down. As I said earlier, money is also the auspicious in the form of Lakshmi. Shagun ke paise gets Samriddhi because the goddess Lakshmi blesses. And obviously, the name of the goddess changes to the religion. But somebody has to bless you to be rich. But everything else you kind of earn. Money is not in your hand. You have blessings of someone to get money. Right? चंचला लक्ष्मी चंचला होती है. परमात्मा देता है तो चप्पल फाड़ के देता है, लेता है तो भी चप्पल फाड़ के लेता है. So basically, you are prepared for the volatility. The fact that there could be money some days, there could not be money some days, but then you have a good quality of life. All this gets into this whole realization that our forefathers had at the beginning of civilization. That only control on money is to control on self. Which is why this elaborate philosophy, religion, some wise men said that religion is the biggest country of the surface of earth. It kind of came into existence because of control on that. Right? So जितनी अपनी पैर है उतनी जितनी अपनी चादर है उतनी अपनी पैर में सारी. Every expense has been traditionally begrudged. Okay? Extra dhaniya, recycling. There is this bag in every household which has got the rest of the bags inside. Right? We do all of that essentially because we have been taught, practice frugality. In our culture, enjoyment or having a good life was segregated from having money. You do not need money to take part in any of our festivals. Right? You simply have to be having the faith, and then you're allowed. Many communities have langar and so on and so forth. You don't really need money to belong to our society. This has also been designed to ensure that the importance of money is reduced to the extent that it is almost something that you could kind of manage without. And therefore, two classes of people have emerged. Right? People who have money and people who do not have money. Mainstream who are money outsiders, most of us, and the specialists who are money insiders. Now, if you look at those outsiders, okay, these people will look at money as a tool to measure yourself. And आपकी तनख्वाह कितनी है, आपकी गाड़ी कितनी बड़ी है, आपका घर कितना बड़ा है, And somewhere that has become not my potential to earn the returns later on, but what is it that I have today? It has somehow become a report card of life and measure of life, and not really something that you build life with. But if you look at the specialists, okay, these are the firefighters and talk about those communities who are not and who are comfortable handling money, very quickly realize that they understand the riskiness of money, but they control it. There are elaborate systems, in place. In Marwadis, for example, there is a separate accounting system that can give you P&L at the end of the day. Those systems are in place in those communities. They also separate, the money that is required for the business and the money that is there for your consumption. That is separated. Very clearly knowing that you cannot display money until very recently. Of course, now everything you can, but until very recently, people would not disclose or display the money ostentatiously. The old culture of money was extremely over. Now the specialists, use money to make money. They understand the time value of money. They understand that the business is depend on other person's money. And when they make money, they use money to make money, but the janta is kind of kept outside, right? And somewhere because of all this, we have kind of told ourselves that money is not to be managed. Right? Investment is the only place where Indians grow. Now, this is the reason why we do it. So there is this whole elaborate. There were the earlier panels spoke about insurance. Now, insurance is understood because it's a social insurance. Fixed because it is understood because it is security. Right? So people understand security, but not investment, which is why the job of me and my colleagues is very, very difficult. SIP is converts investment into expense. So 10,000 rupees per month for my future car is understood. Right? But 10,000 rupees invested into a stock because it will compound, etc., becomes very complicated. So that was the first part of it. Right? The second part of it, this is neuromarketing perspective, and this will tell you as to why getting out of this conundrum, because whatever is taught us culturally, it's very difficult to get out of till the time our thoughts, till the time we actually consciously decide not to do. That's the way you break out of the habit. So this habit has been inculcated because of thousands of years of genetics, and to get out of it, you need to. Now, there is the second problem that will happen. The second problem is this. Maybe some of you would be aware that human brain is not a contiguous thing. There are four different layers to that. I'll very, very quickly brush that off. The very, very core is something called the amygdala that got developed about 500 billion years ago. All animals have that. It's a very, very tiny brain. It is able to process only three F's: food, fight, and flight. There's four F, all of you know what that is. Right? So those are the four F's that this brain is supposed to control. And all insects, etc., would have it. This is the oldest part of the human brain. Then some of the reptilians developed this reptilian brain about 250 years ago. It has got some basic body functions, consciousness, etc., etc. It's kind of control. So, snakes would have a little more intelligence than ants, for example. Then there is the mammals. Mammals have something known as mammalian brain that got developed about 2.5 million ago. So it's extremely young. It's very, very fresh. This is the brain that has got emotions and feelings. That's why, therefore, a dog will treat its baby properly, but a bird or maybe a fish wouldn't even know that he has had baby. So those feelings are not there if you're not a mammal. Right? So mammals have a brain that is able to process emotions. Now that's also extremely young, 1.5 million years old. So in terms of the scale of time, it is barely a day or two. And then we have the human brain. Right? So this pink thing is what makes us what we are. Right? That's the one where all the language gets processed, all the thinking happens, all the rationality happens. And if you were to override any of these natural urges, this is the guy that needs to tell you that you need to overcome that urge. Right? Which is why we behave in public, which is why we do dress properly and so on. Because this big brain is telling you to do that. Now the challenge is because it is extremely new, it's barely 2 lakh years old. That's about 1 hour old in terms of the age of the universe, the age of the universe. Because it is extremely new, because it is very, very difficult to use this brain, right? This brain takes about 30% of all the food, 25% of all the oxygen, etc. goes into just maintaining that. So because it is such an expensive apparatus, again, culturally, we have been taught not to use the brain until and unless there is some motivation to use it. Correct? So therefore, as a result of it, about 95% of everything that you do on a daily basis is either managed by reflex action, okay, or this conditioning that has happened. Which is why when somebody touches you in the local trade, your first response is kya hai? And so you think later on, your first immediate reaction is controlled by little brain. Now the challenge is because this guy consumes 30-40% of your energy, to activate that, you really need to be in the frame of mind. You need to be very comfortable. You need to feel secure. You need to trust the person that is talking. Only then will you listen. Therefore, when a little child will listen, when you want to placate a little baby, give him food or a hug or a kiss or whatever, that's the reason. Now the challenge is that all those cultural barriers that I spoke of, if you need to overtake them, you need to switch on this big brain. Now, in order to switch on this big brain, and it's difficult because it's not going to get switched on till the time following things happen. So, part three of my presentation is the solution, and I call this chemical lucha, borrowed from Mumbai. The chemical lucha are the neurochemicals that can activate the brain, get into the thinking mode. And that thinking mode is driven by some of the personal hormones like endorphins and dopamines. And I'll not get into those details because I'm sure WhatsApp is experts on that. But serotonin is the one that I want to talk about. Serotonin is the trust hormone. So if I see you more often, if I see you being a good Samaritan, if I see you helping someone else, then I develop trust in you. In order for me to develop trust in you, there needs to be serotonin secreting in my brain. Now, the serotonin will only secrete if you are familiarity, if you trust, you have simplistic understanding, etc. And therefore, my lesson to my fellow marketeers is here are the 5 things that we could possibly do to help overcome this problem of low penetration. The first is keep driving familiarity. You need to be keeping on saying the same thing, kind of underline the message, etc. Because stronger bonds lead to acceptance and loyalty. Right? It's always a function of familiarity. Many times we see someone while walking, while jogging, or taking a morning walk. We see somebody 15 times, we smile, right? We somewhere feel that there is some kind of a bond. So that's the familiarity. The second is we see providing help. Right? We are programmed to promote helping and cooperation as a society. So therefore, a brand that is seen to be helping people, not just investors, but also helping humanity, Tata's is a great example. I mean, you might have had bad experiences with one company of Tata, but it doesn't shake the faith that you have in the brand because you see them. The third one is clarity and transparency, right? Because that big thing is very, very difficult to speak on. When you put up what is known as cognitive load, it is difficult to understand something. Because there is no incentive for you to spend so much of energy into that. So clarity and transparency in your communication helps. Honesty and consistency in actions, another thing which will develop trust and you get serotonin secret and therefore probably. And finally, make the people feel welcome. And comfort is the stepping stone of lasting relationship. Brands that take care of customer experience, that make the customer feel welcome, that are accessible, do not use jargon and kind of simplify things, are the brands that get into being loved. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I tried doing it in as less time as possible. I hope you found it interesting. All the best for using it and making BFSI penetration, and make the benefit of financial planning reach the masses in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Request you to wait until Bajaj is in your presentation, sir, I saw a lot of Bollywood dialogues, right? I want you to participate in a little bit of dialogue which relates to finance. Hello, मेरे साथ चलिए आज मेरे वजह से तुम repeat after me.
Don't try and realize you are very serious with it. Serious marketing. I understand what you're trying
Yeah.
to do. I think everybody is just processing the information.
Yeah,
They
because I
process-
love the references of movies and also Munna Bhai and everything. So that would have really added.
that was used as an
Yeah.
example to talk of something really
Valid.
important.
Yeah.
So you just keep-
Sure. No problem. Please hear that for sir. We'll hear that once again later. Please इनके लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली everybody. Request him to please wait and get the goodie hamper from Peter J. Thank you so much, sir, for all the knowledge and insights.
Okay.
I love the human touch that you brought to the table. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure. So we have the goodie hamper for you over there. All right, so moving on, we have another fireside chat right now. Can I request both of you to please kindly come on stage and place 2 chairs for us? Thank you. We have fireside chat right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's about innovating financial inclusion, bringing the urban-rural divide. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. This one is about innovating financial inclusion, bridging the urban-rural divide. I'll first announce our session chair, and then I'll be. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, this. Request 2 minutes of your cooperation, please. There's, I believe, a bit of confusion regarding the agenda. Request 2 minutes of your time and cooperation. Thank you. Okay. Are we ready over there? Okay, thank you. So, apologies, there's a bit of a printing error. So, really heartfelt apologies. The topic for the fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, is transforming BFSI, navigating innovation, regulation, and digital disruption. I'll repeat the topic for you once again. This is transforming BFSI, navigating innovation, regulation, and digital disruption. I'll first announce our session chair for this. We have Manas Gulati ji, co-founder and CEO Arm Worldwide, to moderate this session. Please give it up for Manas, sir, once again, please. Thank you so much, sir, doing it for us once again. Huge round of applause for him. We also have with us, pleasure of having with us today, Sapna Desai, Chief Marketing Officer, Manipal Sinha Health Insurance. Sapna ji, everybody please बजाइए जोर से ताली. Thank you. And apologies for the wrong topic, that was a printing error. And request you to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what we're talking about right now is digital disruption in the BFSI segment. And just like this, both of us were discussing as to where it all started from and where it has come to, and a lot of regulatory things which have also come into picture. I remember when we started, working with Bajaj Finserv back in the days, some 11 years back, there weren't much of regulations, like that. But over a period of time, has evolved. As much as the recent, chain of events where the ASCI guidelines came in as well, where everybody was almost in a panic to submit all their creatives, submit all their works, and make sure that everything is in line with all the compliances in place. So with that said, as the background, my first question is that what all disruption do you see in the next 2-3 years in the BFSI segment, and how do you think things will pan out from there?
Good evening. Thanks. So this is about future gazing. But I think as we kind of think about the future, what you look at predictions, I was just thinking about it that if sometime back we thought that we don't have to go to a bank branch to transactions, people would have said they would have laughed, or that you can spend an entire day or maybe even a vacation outside without your wallet, literally anywhere without travel, mobile money, so to say. I mean, we have come a very far way in BFSI. And I personally have been in the sector for almost insurance, banking,
a bit of financial services. And it's been, I worked with various regulators, part of various FICCI committees along this journey. So I think what's really, I feel that this, the moment that we are in right now in BFSI is unprecedented. The amount of opportunities, movement, future, disruptions, the scale is so much more in the last 1 or 2 years than in the last 5, 10 years ago. So, and I think it's going to only go much faster. So I just want to kind of say some data point that if you look at the BFSI growth overall, it's been around 30, 31, 35% across sectors. So that's really starting from a business point of view. And if you look at why, what are the things playing up in our favor? I think on the consumer side, and we all, I think every BFSI starts pre-COVID, post-COVID. But what happens there is the whole digital adoption. How consumers have started adopting digital, which has allowed a lot of scale. I think that's one great opportunity that we are on at this point of time. The other thing also, because of the digital adoption and a lot of technology available, is the customer-centric, innovation I might use, or simplicity, or journey simplifications from the various companies' point of view. So, a lot of companies, because of the competition, are now really becoming very customer centric. So I think that's the great opportunity that's happening. And I think the opportunity area for BFSI to actually move forward is a lot of regulatory reforms. I mean, I'm currently insurance, and with this whole mandate insurance for all by 2040, building up this whole BMA platform, Bima Sunam, Bima Vistar, simple products, simple platform, a lot of simplification of simple products. So the regulator and the regulations are becoming very empowering in many ways. So I think that's a great ecosystem that we are building. Along with this, there are some challenges that are happening. Again, I think the regulatory reforms also bring in challenges of how resilient you are. Composite license coming in, things moving very fast. If your entire machinery of sales can kind of change very fast. So I think building resilience into your systems, into your journey is becoming very important. I think both resilience and agility. And the competition is also really kind of amplified. So I think I want to end this before I give it back to you. But I think what's also become very important is from a business point of view, there is an increased cost of doing business. So how do companies going forward in BFSI, stay sustainable, profitable, relevant at one end, and provide the best of customer experience and expectation to the customer on the other end. So that's, I think, if I had to put it, that's the key, goal, both from companies' point of view and customers' point of view. And I think towards that is where the whole technology, regulation or comes in, that how to empower that goal.
Sure. So, completely agree with a lot of points which you've said. Like, I remember when we started, we all used to calibrate leads, and then the offline sales team used to do those calls, get those conversions in, then everything used to happen. To right now, where everything, from the back end to the front end, like, from a Salesforce integration to the marketing specs which are happening, they're getting aligned, and people are optimizing on the end goals rather than just the marketing spends and the marketing platforms which are there, which I think is like a huge leap forward from where it was. Because earlier it was quite a lot of spray and pray, because it was a lot of new acquisition also happening, and people used to look at what is the cost of a new user which you're getting into the system. But right now, retrenching of the current customers, getting a value out of them, and making sure that it does not go out of the system is something which people have started concentrating on. What I've also done, because a person is a captive customer once he buys a product, be it an insurance product or a lending product or anything else. So people have defined as to the life cycle of the individual as well, and how the communication will be happening with somebody who's a new user, which is awareness, for instance. Somebody who's not predisposed to a brand but is in the category might not be happy with the brand which he's has adopted. So there's a pure play of the competition coming into play and bidding for your things and reaching out to you and trying to convert you into a customer. And also the customer who's loyal to you. You reach out to him through certain set of communications, through some value add, through some things. Like for instance, we were discussing about Aditya Birla insurance, and in fact, Manipal as well as come into play the health data. Health data comes into play in defining the premium which the customer pays to you. So that has become very, very smart, which I think plays into the category of hyper personalization as well. We already spoke about technology, improvement, in the overall ecosystem to reach out to customers. So that has, come into the forefront very, very nicely. Uh, I think the next question, therefore, again, you spoke about a lot of regulatory things, which are there. So my next question, therefore, is that there are a lot of regulations which are coming up day in and day out, and how you as Manipal Safety Insurance and otherwise in your earlier organization navigated through all these regulatory things to make sure that everything is seamless.
That's very important. I think one thing that we kind of believe in at Manipal Singha, and I'm sure many of our leaders do it that way, that the regulator is actually a partner. So and all of us are together working in the consumer interest. So I think once you have that mindset, I think compliance and regulation is a team that you really collaborate with to achieve the goals. So maybe the recent guideline changes or anything. So it's like I think we are very very tuned to work towards that. Now, for example, we recently launched Manipal Singha Sarva, which takes an actually which has because of all these the guidelines and the regulators incentives and product the behavior of the product development process was so much faster, so much easier to launch. And we have innovations built in, which is again, as we kind of mentioned, on personalization, on rewards. So they are all coming from various product guidelines along the way. So it's a really a partnership process for regulation. And once we realize that this is in the consumer's interest, I think it's all about how fast, how soon you navigate that.
Wonderfully, articulated. My next question is that we all like specifically in this category where data plays a very important role in keeping the customer segments and identifying which one is might be a keen customer to the one who's not predisposed to somebody who's just not in the frame, not even disposed to the category. How important is data and analytics, and how do you use data and analytics in marketing and in the other processes of selling an insurance to an individual?
It's a Friday evening. Okay, so I'm going to try this answer in a very simple, non-jargon, because these questions get very jargonized also. So I'm going to end this. So really, if you look at the data that a BFSI generates on a daily basis, yeah, the entire sector, it's like there'll be huge numbers of multiple data points being generated every single day, every single transaction, every single payment, every single premium collection, every interaction. So the amount of data that this industry generates is probably one of the highest. I've heard, one of the reports was one of the highest in the world in India perspective. So now this data that we have, I think from a companies and organizations point of view, it's really about, it brings in the play about the data security. How the data is structured, how is it, built together in pieces. And the more structured, the more on cloud. And that's where it's all going really, because the way you use data can hamper, it can actually, it's not only about marketing, it's really about business. I think starting from your pricing, your offering to the customer. So, for example, from an insurance point of view, the customer having a premium or healthy lifestyle being rewarded, which is what we do in our products. Also, we have a feature called proactive living, where if you are living a healthy lifestyle, number of steps that you do, you get a reduction in your premium. But that's really like a really tip of the iceberg kind of thing. So I think one space where I wanted to go is that I think the data that we are generating from BFSI perspective has to enable us the right way for business. Starting from the business model, which is the pricing, the operations of it, how fast can we access the data to provide the right answers to the customers? The customer queries, so again, that's where your chatbots or automation processes come in. Starting from how you are structuring, how the various systems are talking to each other. For us, for example, right from onboarding to payment to renewal to the various transaction data that you're capturing. In a banking sector, again, similarly, from your loans, your insurance, to your fixed deposits. How is the integration? So I think that's of course one whole space for the whole efficiency, operational product design. I think that's my most. I think the other area which is becoming very important from data analytics is this whole thing. I mean, of fraud control and security. So how secure is your data? Cyber security and all is one aspect. And also from an efficiency point, how can we leverage data, from making behaviors, patterns, fraud detection, so that again this becomes good on your bottom line. So how data can improve your bottom line and how data can grow your top line. So बस I think दो simple चीजें हैं कि आप data को कैसे use करोगे to improve your bottom line, which is efficiency, fraud control, and then how do you use data to scale? Which is where marketing now gets in. Top line को कैसे increase करना है? What cohorts, what segments? How do you use it for retention so that customer acquisition is one part of the story? How do you do cross-sell, upsell, bring more products in? How do you bring value-added services in so that you kind of leverage that forward? So all the things that you're hearing, and I'm sure they are probably the end of the lot of panels have happened before us. So everybody would have talked about the similar things, but I think simplicity is, I think, is a very important topic of discussion right now. Various companies are doing a lot of things to impact two goals, increase and scale your top line in a cost efficient way. Reduce bottom line so that you manage your P&L very well. I think that's where I like to tell about this.
So, I would also like to add an example. You could cross-sell and upsell. Very, very interesting thing which some of our customers are doing, for a category like EMI card, for instance, that the cohorts are based on the products which people have bought. The life cycle of the product, for instance, like for mobile phone is 1.5 years or a year, for instance. For a washing machine is 5 years. So they have cut like that data point across. So somebody who's bought a washing machine, say 4 years back, is a person who's in that cohort and can be shown something, around a washing machine. Similarly for a mobile phone and so on and so forth. So that really, really helps. And what has also happened, this is all being automated as well through AI. That all the cohorting is done through AI, basis of course the process, which is built into the system and the learnings which are coming from the system. And through that it is being done. Again, like the next point which you said was fraud detection. Any anomaly in the data set, is an indication that there might be a fraud which has happened or an excess performance, which largely is not the case. Most of the time, it is just happen when there's any anomaly, in the data set. And what is it? It has also helped is to reduce the gap over a period of time. It's not always that you are, just advertising for awareness across. You're cohorting people into present customers. You're cohorting people into people like who regularly engage with you as well, and make them brand disposed if they're not. So those data sets and analytics work very well at a larger level. So that's completely agreement with what you said. The last point, and because we're short of time as well, next, the entire landscape is shifting into an omni-channel experience sort of lifestyle, in which everybody is available all the time to cater to a certain customer. What changes and as an organization or otherwise in your previous organizations used to happen there, so as to deal with each of these elements which have come through competition and also through technological advancement.
Very true. So I think for us, let me start with maybe my current organization. I think one key thing is that we are looking at being a partner. That's what we say, partner both in illness and wellness. So at every step of the journey. So insurance is typically, you buy insurance and then when you have a claim, you come back in the middle, you pay the renewal. Uh, of course, each of those moments, there has been a lot of work that we've done to expand, make it simpler, make it more personal. Have the touch points which are very tailored to the to the customer. So I think there's a lot of work that's happening on the key moments. And apart from that, where we are, I think also understanding and also the industry is that how customer engagement, in BFSI is playing a role. So recently we did a campaign where we used generated AI and created this thing, and you can check that out. It's called Mini Mindful Moments. So for each individual customer, taking 60 seconds and finding your idea of bliss. So you can go there, choose. Then my idea of bliss is stargazing and on at the beach, and tailored to that person. It's a short mini video that gets created. And we use that in engagement, communication. And so that's like one whole genre of work. I think the second thing which, to answer your question, I think a little broader than that, but I do see this happening is like reaching out to Bharat, moving really beyond tier 1, tier 2, tier over, tier 3, tier 4. And then that's again where personalization, content differentiation, message differentiation, and again the journey touchpoint differentiation plays out. So the omnichannel journey, and that also plays up with the different channels of communication because you're scaling up, you're reaching beyond. You have various channels. So you have your agent that's going there selling physical. You have your online digital systems. It's an entire digital model that you are now working with across.
There's a 24/7 support. If there are distributors who are working with you, their education is also important in the language which they can speak to the end customer. And one of the examples around this one, we're working with an insurance there, in which what we're doing is we are educating people for digital marketing, like people who are distributors for digital marketing, so that they are enabled and they're of course brand disclosed because of what they are doing, and which also creates a circle of influence in and around them, which helps in the whole omni-channel experience. Also creating a lot of content in different languages, like we can get the data out as to what people are searching for in different languages, customizing it accordingly, and reaching out to that set of customer, both from a paid and owned point of view. Maybe if it's a point of view or if it's an email which comes to you, or a WhatsApp innovation which comes to you, and circling around the individual, considering the IP or the email ID which is there at the same time, and then reaching out to that individual through various means. Of course, not bombarding them, but creating a brand sequence around it so that that's the brand they choose after that. So that's where.
Great example because it's not just about name personalization anymore; it's content personalization.
Absolutely. I think our time's up in terms of this panel, and thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Ali हो सकता है please specially for Manas sir. This is the second one that he's doing, and thank you so much to you as well for all your insights. Request you to please pose for a photograph. Thank you so much, sir. We have special Peter J. goodies for all of you over here. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, sir. Loved the entire discussion indeed. Yes, please, और जोर से हो सकता है. We have monopolistic participation from here. और पीछे से भी हो सकता है. Thank you. Thank you. So, we would now request you to please remove the chairs. And we have a special keynote address right now I repeat the topic for you all once again. This one is about building the future with AI. I repeat, the topic for the keynote address right now is build future with AI. Our honorable speaker is ready. We just wait for him to get mic'd up. Can we do an audio check of sir? Okay, perfect. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the keynote address right now is build the future with AI. We have with us the honorable esteemed presence of Abhinna Suresh Khare, Chief Digital and Marketing Officer, Head Strategy, Bajaj Capital. Please don't get as I call sir on stage to share his knowledge and insights with all of us. Thank you so much for being with us. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Right? Yeah, a small gathering and we'll try to.
Sir, if I may just excuse, because I want more people to, can I please have more inclusion over here? Can I please have people over there to join us over here in the front? I'm sure our speakers will be a lot more motivated when it comes to conversations. Can I please request people at the back to join us over here at the front, please? Sorry, sir. Can I have everybody over there at the back, please join us over here at the front? It almost feels like those backbenchers, teachers calling you army, but if that is what it is, at the end of the day, it's for good fun. So thank you so much to all of you as well for cooperating. A lot of space over here. Please, let's work it out together. Ma'am, you can, sit there. Sir, feel free to sit wherever, the place is all yours. Thank you. And on that note, without any interruption, over to you, sir.
Thank you. So what we will do is, I had something very different in mind. So I had something very different in mind, but what we will actually try to do now, in next 20-25 minutes that I have, is try that after 20-25 minutes, you guys, whatever you are doing, including the person who's taking the photograph, or you taking the camera shot, or you trying to sit here and write notes, can use AI in ways you have not thought, and actually fix your output, right? Including the way I'm taking care of my laptop change. ऐसे कुछ try करते हैं, थोड़ा कम global ज्ञान रखते हैं, ठीक है? Because I feel enough the designation requires me to do, and थोड़ा more authentic in there, and figure out करते हैं क्या करते हैं, right? This is blah blah. You guys know this, right? ठीक है? Tesla, टेस्ला ने लॉन्च किया था, right? You know this. What is this? महिंद्रा की नहीं, E6, जिसके लिए अभी इंडिगो ने लड़ाई करी कि you cannot call it 6E, right? Because it's near sexy, and that's the idea. Yeah, the idea of 6E was sexy, and 6E was sent this way, so that you pronounce that way, and you have a connotation, and that's advertising, right? But coming back, they fought over it. Imagine this car on this road. You have a great car. You have a Tesla walking here in India. नहीं चलेगा ना? Right? Problem होगा. This is AI, and this is the current capability. ChatGPT जो है एक answer है, and I'm keeping it Hindi English mix because I want them also to understand कि क्या हो रहा है. Make the best of the limited time we have. So ये करंट कैपेबिलिटी है रोड की, टीम की, अंडरस्टैंडिंग की, और वो एआई है। वो मेटा के व्हाट्सएप में आ जाता है कि यार आंसर एनीथिंग, तो वो बॉस को तो आंसर कर देते हैं, थैंक यू सो मच। एक तो यूज करने का मन नहीं करता, उससे जल्दी टाइप हो जाता है आजकल जनरेशन, राइट? चैट जीपीटी में जाके ईमेल का रिप्लाई तो कर लेते हैं हम, करना है रिप्लाई करना है, सीईओ को भेजना है, हेड को भेजना है, तो बेटर कर देंगे, राइट? पर उससे आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे हैं। कुछ डिजाइनर कर ले रहे हैं, ग्राफिक डिजाइनर, जो चैट जीपीटी मिड जर्नी में प्रॉम्प्ट दे दे रहे हैं और एक बेटर डिजाइन बना दे रहे हैं। दैट इज आल्सो हैपनिंग। उसमें दिक्कत ये आती है कि उंगलियां गलत आती है। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव ट्राइड एंड फेस दिस प्रॉब्लम? एक्सीलेंट। क्यों होता है ऐसा पता है? क्योंकि इंटरनेट में उंगलियां वाली फोटो ही कम है। So if there are billion images of faces for AI to learn, there is very few people who give image where their hands and fingers are visible. So it cannot analyze that 5 fingers कैसे होनी चाहिए और कहाँ रहनी चाहिए, because AI actually artificial intelligence नहीं है. I keep saying it is augmented intelligence and it's very fast intelligence. So ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है। So अगर आप लोगों को याद होगा, मैं अपनी एग्जांपल देता हूँ, जब ई-कॉम हो रहा था, so I had an opportunity to go to Amazon or all these, and I said नहीं, ये नहीं चलेगा। Food Panda was after me, right? आ जाओ, and I was in traditional system of the Star News launching, changing Star News to ABC News, and I was just sitting there, no, that might not run, या .com might be a boom, 2000 का बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ था, वो बूम ब्लास्ट हुआ था, ये भी ऐसे ही होगा। The same opportunities with each one of you, and trust you me, मैं बहुत कम बोल रहा हूँ, अगर एक साल में आप लोग अपनी सैलरी 10 टाइम्स नहीं करें, 10 टाइम्स, अगर आपकी 1 लाख पर मंथ में, तो आप 10 लाख पे जा सकते हैं, बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है। This is the opportunity of lifetime, because first time in human race मटेरियल बन गया है, रोड नहीं बनी है। और ये जो कैपेबिलिटी है ना, ये हमारी स्किल सेट है। आई एम ट्राइंग कि मेरे को लोग मिल जाए जो हम बता रहे हैं वैसे प्रॉम्प्ट लिखते हैं। इंजीनियर्स नहीं लिख पा रहे बिकॉज दे आर लॉजिकल पीपल, दे नीड एब्सोल्यूट लॉजिक, बाइनरी, एंड क्रिएटिव पीपल, लाइक आई एम सेइंग, गिव मी पोएट्स। स्कूल में पोएट लिखता था, लड़की के लिए आ जाना है, राइट? आप लिखते थे याद में, राइट? प्लीज कम जॉइन, अपॉर्चुनिटी है। नहीं करेंगे, स्मार्ट पीपल विल डू देयर ओन वर्क, वी आर गेटिंग इनटू इट, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू हाउ इट इज हैपनिंग, राइट? अभी ना व्हाट एआई इज नॉट इज दिस इज नॉट एआई कि प्रॉम्प्ट दिया, बहुत बढ़िया सुंदर फोटो लगाई और लिंक्डइन में डाल दिया एक ऐसी फोटो। लिंक्डइन में ऐसी फोटो डालते हैं, I have like too many C's, and because this is recording, so I can't say it, but I am CMO, CDO, Chief Strategy Officer, was also acting CTO, CIO, so a lot of role of C was under me, right? And the challenge for an organization 60-year-old with 4.1 million clients, the thing is, when I try to go and tell simple things, it is very hard for people to get that I am a serious guy. When I say it simply, जब मैं ये दिखाता हूँ, तो उनको लगता है समझ तो आ गया, this is serious. Boss, I am very serious. I can talk to you about microservice architecture and service-oriented architecture and monolithic architecture, but will you enjoy it? You look, wow, what crazy good yaar, this guy knows everything, but it does not add up. Because the world is changing, the world has changed. Whoever is going to ride this change, he is going to make money. That boy there, right, whose job he is thinking कि आपको button switch करना है, can just change everything, right? So think of this way. Yesterday I was having a discussion with my HR head, CHRO. We have 15,000 agents, and we were trying to measure productivity. And those for 15,000 employees, parts of agents. The challenge was उनका वर्क आवर काउंट कर रहे थे। तो हेनरी फोर्ड का टी शेप मॉडल, people are cog of wheels, 8 hours होता ना, तो 9 hours ऑफिस में लॉग इन करने के बाद करने हैं, 8 hours होने चाहिए सीट पे, और 1 घंटे का लंच ब्रेक है, और एक 10 मिनट का सुट्टा ब्रेक है, और एक 20 मिनट का कॉफी या चाय ब्रेक है, राइट। और एक ऐसी टीम होती है जो पहले आती है, सुबह बैग रखती है, लॉग इन करती है, फिर नाश्ता करने जाते हैं, ठीक है, फिर नाश्ता करके वापस आते हैं, राइट। सो ये सारा है, they are the best performing team. I keep saying these are the best guys because these are lazy. Tell me which person on this earth have ever got a great idea by doing hard work. All great ideas come when you are either bathing, when you are having break. So knowledge workers say we are shifting in an era where your ability to think in 10 minutes, I can craft an entire marketing campaign film, which I used to take 6 months with low Lintas or Ogilvy. Trust me, you can go to YouTube, type Bajaj Capital, you will see AI made film. We made it with Mid Journey, Dream FX, and wrote to Otter AI, transcribe, and Chat GPT से story लिखी, आगे बढ़ाया, people लिया, और हमने बना दिया. It was max 30 minutes. This would have taken me 6 months. And trust you me when I say this, I have enough experience working with every top agency here. And I'm talking marketing because you will understand. Come to product. I can right now create, right, complete app in 15 minutes and deploy it. It just have to say copy this app completely and it will do it. Bolt.ai. I'm telling you the name. Go to bolt.ai. वहां पे आप लिख दीजिए. I have example, afax.com site. Just copy everything like it and put here ad link. 7 minutes. Ready to deploy. You want to clone YouTube? Call it MyTube. Clone. You might not have the money to run that infrastructure of videos that will get uploaded. That's the problem that you face. But design, front end, all is now capable. Every area, we will take questions, right? So this is not AI. And what is not AI? AI is not about generating image, generating messages, writing emails, recording meetings, giving somebody, making phone calls. This is not what AI is. So what AI is? That's why I, trying to make the most of what time we have. My presentation is more titled toward board members and people that usually get into. So we'll try to get the best of that will make sense. अगर मैं कुछ गलत बता रहा हूँ या आपको लगेगा ये relevant नहीं लग रहा है, तो we will tweak, right? But AI is not about generating, but about personalizing user experience and enabling creative assistance. Enable creative assistance, right? AI is not about writing, but enhancing communication efficiency and focusing on strategic collaboration. It is not writing emails, but it is about freeing up time. So we deploy Gemini, right? Google Workspace लगाया और ChatGPT personal use करते हैं for this Copilot के लिए, but Google Gemini say all I have to do is there are 700 mail threads going for one insurance claim, right? I just can't go through them and figure out, right? I will just say summary where the chain got stuck. I can type there. My laptop is not there, then I will be showing you live. I just type, tell me which guy defaulted. That's all. And I get मेरी टीम के ये 2 लोग थे, partner टीम के ये 2 लोग थे, और client 5 दिन तक जवाब नहीं दिया. Getting into business, right? Now, if this data is dealt to the customer center person, life changes, right? Obviously, taking meeting notes, automating, making presentation. You use Gamma.ai. आपको पता होगा, reel देखते हो, ठीक है? रील आपको देखती है, ठीक है? One of the reasons why TikTok got banned, and TikTok is so good. Obviously, it's a China thing, and but what TikTok did was they were able to see which finger press are you using at what time. Brilliant. So you realize when you lay down, right? You do hand like this, and this moves. In fact, one of the very interesting thing I will tell you is actually they are saying the aliens that we saw in the movies are nobody but our future, not somebody. That alien is not from some other planet, but those aliens, and this is another conspiracy theory, but that aliens are actually human beings from far away place. Because what has happened is with AI, what we will do is we will stop walking. So we will need smaller legs, right? But we'll need a bigger brain, and we will need more fingers too. Right? In fact, fingers are already stretching to kids. Right? There is research going on. And then making presentation we talked about. We are just scratching. And I tell this in the boardroom when in boardroom says, अच्छा अभी सब तो बढ़िया है, कितने लोगों को निकालेगा बता? Cost कितनी सेव कर रहा है? Then 600 telecaller है. I'm telling you, 2 days back, my CEO said 600 telecallers all across India. अभी कितने लोग को हटा दे chat? And I tell you how we did it. I hope this works here, right? Can you hear me? Can you talk to me in Hindi, please? Can you talk to me in Hindi? Depends on internet. Yeah. Hi. Can you talk to me in Hindi?
हाँ बिल्कुल, आप कैसे हैं?
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ। क्या आप मुझे लाइफ इंश्योरेंस बेचने की कोशिश कर सकती हैं?
जी हाँ, जरूर। क्या आप कुछ विशेष जानकारी जानना चाहेंगे?
मैं 39 ईयर ओल्ड हूँ, गुड़गांव में रहता हूँ और मैं लाइफ इंश्योरेंस नहीं लिया हूँ, तो मुझे बताइए क्यों लेना चाहिए?
29 की उम्र में लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लेना बहुत फायदेमंद होता है। इससे आपके परिवार को सुरक्षा मिलती है। अगर कुछ अनहोनी हो जाए तो परिवार की
Can you talk to me in English, please?
Sure. Life insurance can provide your family with financial security in case something happens to you. It's a way to ensure.
Okay, leave that. Can you talk to me in Marathi?
नक्कीच. तुम्हाला काही
Right? So I am in this ad Delhi conference and I am talking to a fantastic set of audience who is telling me about AI and I am supposed to tell them AI. क्या बताना चाहिए ये बॉम्बे की जनता है, आपको पता है बॉम्बे ट्रैफिक वगैरह क्या होता है, तो मैं क्या करूं जो कि इनके लिए रेलेवेंट हो? इंग्लिश में बता दीजिए प्लीज।
You could talk about how AI can help optimize traffic flow in Mumbai, like using AI for smart traffic lights or predicting congestion patterns. This could resonate well with the audience since traffic is a big part of Mumbai life.
Thank you. And I can go on. I can actually post the video photo to you, right? And ask who you are. And it will go through LinkedIn of mine. See if you ever liked ever photos of mine. And I can actually take photo of your LinkedIn profile, put it on ChatGPT that this is your profile, and tell me what should I talk to you that will make you feel good. Right? So whenever I am going to meet a board member and I know a new board member is coming or everything. So one of the board member I met recently had done rebranding of Norway as a country. Right? I told him, sir, wow, what a work on Norway. He said, you know about it? Well, yeah, I read it. How did you go about going to the government and doing it? And we had 5 minutes of conversation, and in this entire board meeting, he never asked me anything. Right? This is the power. So it is not this. I tell them don't remove people, upskill them. Make them use brain. I tried actually ChatGPT to write a poem in Gulzar way. right? But it failed. It is not a good job. So what happens is everything that is human to human. हाँ, but आपको बताऊं, it can give you. उसने बहुत बढ़िया किया. उसको मैंने prompt दिया, and I am not showing it, but telling you, you can do it yourself or connect with me, and anybody is interested, I am very happy to tell you this. आप लिख सकते हैं सर कि मैं एनिवर्सरी भूल गया हूँ वाइफ की, हमारी वाइफ की, ठीक है? और मैं क्या लिखूं कि वो खुश हो जाए, और गुलजार की तरह लिखिए. क्या यूज करना चाहिए? सो चैट जीपीटी टोल्ड मी यूज द वर्ड मेहंदी, पिसी हुई, इलायची की खुशबू, ठीक है, बारिश की सुगंध, ठीक है, कोई स्पेसिफिक मार्क और घर, राइट, एंड अ मेमोरी ऑफ योर कॉलेज और योर फर्स्ट डे. और प्लीज बताएं कि बहुत ही मंडेन एंड बहुत ही ट्रिवियल चीज में आप लोगों ने कैसे टाइम स्पेंड किया. जैसे कि आप बता सकते हैं, लिखिए कि आप लोग कभी बारिश में पकौड़े खाने गए थे, या जब पेट्रोल खत्म हो गया था तो कैसे गाड़ी खींच के गए, या छाता नहीं था तो क्या हुआ, एंड राइट ऑन दैट. And GPT actually gave me these instructions, right? So how we do it now? Let's talk business, right? Interesting stuff. What we tracked at Bajaj Capital is every touchpoint. मैं presentation दे दूंगा आखिरी में, तो मिल लेगा, तो सुन लो, right? This all is there. We track everything into physical and digital, and something that can be done directly and then indirectly. We have 300 offices. We serve 4.1 million clients across 84% pin codes of India. 19,000 pin codes are there. हमारे 60 years हैं, तो इतने सारे हैं. हर तरह के client हैं, right? There are 6,000 clients who are 90 year plus, and there is a lakhs of clients who are 20. तो सबको एक structure में डालना है कि कहाँ touch point है आपके brand के. And you can do it for any brand that you are pitching, for any business that you are into, right? लिख लीजिए, right? उसके बाद देख लीजिए कहाँ पे AI डाल सकते हो. So green are the dots where we said we can put AI. So my team was fighting. अभी एक काम करते हैं. So I'm not known as Abhin, I'm known as ASK. So you will always have magazine में AI डालते हैं. तो मेरी टीम में डाल दीजिए एक जगह AI. Right? I was like, मेरे को पैसे नहीं बनेंगे. So think मेरा business कहाँ बनेगा? So once you do this, we then started mapping customer journey. So take a persona example, right? You want to target, right? AdGully team. I'm taking an example of AdGully team. AdGully wants to target all the CDOs and CMOs and CTOs in the India, top 100, top 500. And you want to tell them that come and be part of this so that you can make sponsors, meet them, and then their business will grow, and AdGully makes revenue by doing this. The authentic traditional model, relevant model, value for all part involved in the chain. Relevant काम कर रहे हैं. So what we did was we had a customer journey. We said a middle income individual who passes through nearby areas of Bajaj Capital venue like petrol pump, shopping center. What when he gets to उसको एक coupon मिलता है Bajaj Capital Insurance Broking का. So what user action he takes, what touch point happen, what sentiment I want, what emotions he is going through, and where I can improve right now. So we sent around, obviously I can talk long, but I will not take this, become boring for you. But what we did for my marketing guys, right, is भाई ये sentiment चाहिए. सारे creative और communication में ये sentiment ला. आप देखिए, an initiative by AdGully, Hubrid presents FINIXX Summit Awards powered by Mob Avenue, communication partner, Big Media. This is my credit, right? What do you do? एक बार देखने के बाद you don't look at it. If I hide it, you will not be able to see the name. You have to improve it. एक तो सबसे easy तरीका है, आप इसकी फोटो लीजिए और GPT में डाल दीजिए, इसको improve करना बता दो, वो बता देगा. Easy way, hard way, harder way, right? Ask users इसको देख के आपको क्या पता लगता है, right? आप यहाँ पे बोलिए, here is a QR code, scan and play a game and win 100 rupees cashback. ₹5 के पिज्जा डोमिनोज में डिस्काउंट मिलता है, उसके कारण रुक जाते हैं। Even at every level, my level included. आप वहाँ QR डालिए, मुझे स्पिन द व्हील है, राइट? और स्पिन द व्हील में सारे स्पॉन्सर डाल दिए। अभी स्पिन करेंगे, आप गुडीज दे दीजिए, स्पॉन्सर्ड बाय द इकोलॉजी फ्रॉम the PR post, right? Mob revenue. Very simple idea. Who can do it? Everybody can do it, right? QR code generator आज के डेट में so easy है. So we do this and we say these are the reflection for customer. Why are they not trusting? Why I am happy? So ये किया all across. उसको यहाँ पे मैप किया and then पूरा funnel को लीकेज निकालना शुरू किया. राइट? ये मैपिंग के हिसाब से सारा काम करके लीकेज क्या हो रहा है? अच्छा 50% लोग बॉट करते हैं, लॉस हो जाता है, इतना होता है, ये मिस्ड है, ये 7% है, एक्सेल क्रॉस सेल है, और ये सारे टूल यूज कर क्या किया? बोला जितने 600 कॉलर है आज के ना, आप सारे कॉल रिकॉर्ड करोगे जी, ठीक है? एक बंदा 20 कॉल करता है, सो 1200 कॉल रिकॉर्ड करते हैं, राइट? 12,000, हाँ कुछ ऐसे याद। उस पूरा को उठाया, जो भी 2 मिनट से ऊपर थे सारे को जीपीटी में डाल दिया, राइट? नहीं चला, तो उठाया और एक टूल यूज किया, otter.ai, यहाँ कहीं होगा, राइट? सुनिए, otter डाल दिया, ओके? otter में डाल के बोला इसको ट्रांसक्राइब करके दे दो, उसने पूरा ट्रांसक्रिप्शन बनाया, ट्रांसक्रिप्शन को लेके जीपीटी में डाला और जीपीटी को कहा, ओके, जीपीटी को बोला बॉस टेल मी व्हाट आर द कॉमन मिस्टेक्स, व्हाट आर द गुड थिंग्स, व्हाट आर द बैड थिंग्स, इसकी एक बुकलेट बना दो, एंड वी गेव दैट बुकलेट। देन व्हाट वी डिड, कंटेंट जनरेशन के लिए Claude are you
Training it up. You have a group picture, please.
I guess there is some voice coming from okay. So what we did with this, ये सब चलते रहता है टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये मतलब बहुत छोटा कम टाइम है, इतना कुछ करने के लिए you should be like jumping, ठीक है? वो बोल रहा है म्यूजिक आ रहा है, डांस कर लो, ठीक है? So what we did, Claude AI is Anthropic AI, which is competitor of ChatGPT.
Could have combined. Thank you so much, sir.
So if you do not want your editor to know आपने कहाँ से लिखा है और जीपीटी चेकर को बचे, तो उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है? What नहीं? Claude AI creates original articles with the problem that it creates data, fake data automatically. तो wrong reference source करता है, right? It is actually artificial intelligence. So, but Claude AI can make app. It can do analysis. It can tell you what to do. So, Jeff Bezos is today investing 95% time back in Amazon. So Jeff Bezos, this is a good story. Jeff Bezos was asked, "Sir, what do you think?" And I was having a team here who was taking my interview in the other room, and they asked, "Sir, what trend do you see?" And I reminded of how Jeff Bezos said when Jeff Bezos was asked the same question, he asked, everybody asked me अगले 10 साल क्या होगा? Please पूछो कि 10 साल बाद क्या नहीं बदलेगा? That is more important question. 10 साल बाद क्या नहीं बदलेगा? So he said two things that will not change is people will want faster deliveries of their product and cheaper price. Right? This is 2 years back, he said. See what Swiggy, Instamart, Blinkit and Zepto has done. Cheaper price and faster delivery. They have beaten Amazon at their own game. They called faster deliveries equal to एक दिन delivery prime day. This is faster delivery means 6 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes, right? So if that is where, and now medicines are going to come. So पूरी दवाई की दुकानें जो पूरा वो है network वो उड़ेगा. It is an incredible opportunity with you if you have the जिस भी area में आपका interest है. Whether it is cooking, whether it is crafting, whether it is singing. Singing AI ऐप है यार, सोनू निगम को AI सिखा रहा है. सोनू निगम बता रहा है आपको AI. So use these and they are endless and you can follow. What we did was in each we use them and unlock the funnel all across for our business, right? जैसे कि उसके बाद ना सिंपल किया. प्रॉब्लम क्या होती थी? Cadbury's has this. वो ना हर मीटिंग के बाद नीचे लिखते हैं KKH. किसी को पता है क्या होता है? मीटिंग हो गई 1 घंटा, बढ़िया, चाय मंगा लिया, कॉफी मंगा ली, कुछ लोग ब्लैक कॉफी मंगा लिए, कुछ चाय मंगा लिए, जिसमें शुगर फ्री डाल ली, कोई बोला वाला बिस्किट ले आना, डिपेंडिंग ऑन वेदर विच एरिया यू आर सिटिंग, राइट? वो अदरक वाली चाय ले आना भैया, सब हो गया. अब आखिरी में कैडबरी से KKH करना क्या है? हो गई मीटिंग, करेंगे क्या? राइट? सो हमने अपने यहाँ सिस्टम चेंज किया. हमने बोला प्रॉब्लम लिखो और हिंदी में लिखो, जो भाषा सब समझते हैं. प्रॉब्लम ये है कस्टमर किसी और का नंबर दे देता है. अब उसको जाते हैं, मेरा मार्केटिंग वाला जाता है पेट्रोल पंप में, बोलता है सर आपको लकी ड्रॉ निकला है, कूपन में अपना डेटा दे दो. बोलता है हाँ ला, स्क्रैच कूपन देगा. स्क्रैच कूपन देता है, उसके पहले अपने नंबर में क्या करता है, माय नंबर इज 8447091122, तो 91122 की जगह 91123 कर देता है. तुम भी करते ना, अगर कुछ वैल्यू नहीं है तो दे लो. ये प्रॉब्लम है. तो हमने बोला क्या, एक्सपीरियंस से डेटा लेते हैं. जैसे ही बंदा नाम डालेगा नीचे आ जाएगा चेक कि उसी नाम का बंदा है ये. सो 35% रॉन्ग डेटा आता था. 7 लाख डेटा आता है, 7 लाख में 35% जंक आता था. ये एपीआई लगा दी. वो जो मार्केटिंग वाला एग्जीक्यूटिव है 10th पास है. सर ये तो आपका नाम नहीं है सर, आपने तो कूपन में कुछ और लिखा है. अरे सॉरी ये नंबर ये हो गया. मार्केटिंग इज सुपर हैप्पी. तो ये चेंज आ गया, अनवेरिफाइड. देन व्हाट वी डिड, एंड आई एम नॉट गिविंग माइक्रो, हर एक टॉपिक के हर एक जर्नी में, ये आपने जर्नी देखी थी ना हमारी, जैसे एग्जांपल है ये, हर एक जर्नी में उस बंदे को क्या बोलेंगे, क्या व्हाट्सएप मैसेज जाएगा, और हिंदी में जाएगा, इंग्लिश में जाएगा, तमिल में जाएगा, तेलुगु में जाएगा, मराठी में जाएगा. मेरे पास 10 लैंग्वेज में करना कंपलसरी है, राइट? हिंदी, तमिल, तेलुगु, मलयाली, मराठी, असमीज, उड़िया, इंग्लिश, राइट, बंगाली. These are necessary for us because market is like this. अगर आप इस पे जूम इन करेंगे, मैं अभी नहीं कर सकता, आपको दिखेगा नहीं, पर यहाँ ध्यान दे रहे होंगे, ये कुछ ऐसे आइकन दिख रहे होंगे. वो क्या है, अगर कोई भी बंदा 25 साल से नीचे है तो उसको इमोजी वाले मैसेज आने चाहिए. So what happened when I did this? Just see, this is an AI which started sending message video. We can't do that. But अगर हमने 6 लाख लोगों को नवंबर में भेजा, so 1,34,000 में पढ़ा, उसमें से 12,000 लोग ऑफिस आ गए, क्योंकि 9% है. जिन्होंने इवन हुआ पर नहीं पढ़ा, उसमें 6% है. You imagine the 3% is 41% higher walk-ins for me. This is adding a day 8 crore. How tough is that? Right? सब मसड़ है, right? कंप्लायंस की नाटक है, ठीक है, UIN डालना पड़ेगा, रूल्स फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, चेन में सब प्रॉब्लम है, बट टीम अजाइब। इसलिए क्या किया कि मार्केटिंग की टीम में कंपलसरी कर दिया, सोशल मीडिया की टीम में 2000 के बाद ही बहुत लोगों के तो लूंगा, ये तो लूंगा ही। So my social media team, all of them have to be minimum qualification is 2000 के बाद। मुझे फिल्टर समझ नहीं आते यार। Literally, I don't understand. I consider myself pretty young to understand the category of people, but I am not able to figure out that. I also can't figure out, जैसे आप लोग के घर में या हमारे घर में दादा वगैरह की फोटो होती थी, तो शेर होता था, राइट? वो शेर को मारा, कभी तो एक बंदूक के साथ फोटो है या कहीं पे खड़े हैं। हमारी जनरेशन की क्या आने वाली है? वो जीव निकाला था तो बड़ी हो गई और स्नैपचैट पे है, वो लगी होगी क्या? आपके बच्चों के बच्चे जो देखेंगे स्नैपचैट की फोटो होगी जिसमें you have become like a cat or a dog, because those are the snaps which are there, right? The snaps have been sent. So what this told us is three things for you as a takeaway, right? For me to wrap up. Please build a team of map makers. Map maker or map follower अलग-अलग होता है. Right? You can obviously scan this and connect with me, send me a hi, and I can send you the picture. Right? Or just Google my name. But build a team of map makers. ये नया highway चाहिए कराने के लिए. And please become map makers, not map followers. Question every area, every assumption and every metric. हाँ, टॉप बॉस से कैसे पूछना है समझ आना पड़ेगा, राइट? बट पूछना तो पड़ेगा, नहीं तो कॉम्पिटिटर पूछेगा, फॉर श्योर, राइट? एंड बी अल्ट्रा स्पेसिफिक, दैट स्प्रे एंड प्रे मेथड ऑफ LIC। यहाँ कैटेगरी LIC से जा, आज पूरा ऐड कर दो फ्रंट पेज, ऐसे है वो नहीं चलेगा, राइट? You know how YouTube, there used to be a Yahoo doc, Yahoo image website. Flickr. Anybody remember Flickr? Flickr used to be the website where unlimited space used to be there and people used to add photos. That got dead because YouTube built, Google के पास डेटा नहीं था, तो वहाँ के एक इंजीनियर ने बोला यार पर हर एक सेकंड ऑफ फ्रेम ऑफ फोटो और वीडियो इज अ इमेज ना, तो अगर 30 मिनट का वीडियो डाला है तो हर सेकंड 30 minutes into 60 is an image, इस तक को इमेज डाला, so on one night we had a billion images. So please be like a drone attack specific in your careers for using and optimizing. If you have any thought कि नहीं हो सकता, there are tools. अगर आपको लगता है CFOs are very happy at life, I was coming in the flight, I had a CFO sitting next to me, I was saying, sir, I don't need you to tell me कि उस शीट में क्या लिखा है, आपकी बैलेंस शीट में. मैं इसको क्लाउड में डाल रहा हूँ और बोल रहा हूँ मिस्टेक निकाल, मुझे दिख रहा है. मुझे ये बताओ कौन पर्सन पैसे कहाँ गड़बड़ हो रहा है. Your experience will tell, right? So this is going to wrap up your opportunity. Really please take it 13th of December, right? Friday the 13th. Today is Friday the 13th, right? We have that memory में याद रखना. You can in 1 year 10x your take home by doing this using AI. Numerous AI use करिए. We have one very small thing. It's huge. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, we can have maybe one question or two. One question. Can I have a mic, please? Mic. Does anyone have a question over here? Sir, go mic, please. We have time for one question.
So there are numerous AI tools are coming, right? But what I have understood is there are some tools like Gemini when I used it, the information was wrong. Okay, so how we should rely on these tools when it comes to that?
मत करो rely.
No, in terms of using to make
Simple.
right.
I can give you an answer because if I was doing this as a traditional session where I come to talk, EY के दो लोग होते, and I had this conversation, अगले panel को ऐसी बात करता. No, I'm telling you, try it. It will give wrong answer. You have to rectify, check. When you are referring to some source, the idea that I have realized is when we write an article, somebody gives a source. You see, I need to check where this is, bring me in frame. Okay. A specific problem, right? You can't use, say, for example, there is AI to do your operation. One guy told me an idea, and I was in the entrepreneurs meet. I was taking a session for a London YPO. YPO is a group of entrepreneurs. Some of you might know. वहाँ पे London batch का I was taking a session. I was called on AI, and that guy said, "Bro, I am trying to build a barber cutting machine with AI. So it will go on your head, and the scissors will cut. Now, which human being is going to sit inside it?" Oh no, I am giving you. If anything goes wrong, I will give you 1 crore rupees. People are saying, "Are you mad? I am going to die." Imagine, will you sit in a machine which is AI enabled and help you cut your hairs? You want to replace hair stylist. So वहाँ मत करो. Right. But for all of us, check.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping the efficiency and humor quotient alive. Thank you so much. We'll have to put your hand for Sir as well, but I think I'll request him to wait because he's also following up with the next session. So we'll bring him again. Later, sir, we'll give it to you once the session is done. Odds or say, please, just kind of following it up with the panel and the interesting panel topic as well. The topic right now, ladies and gentlemen, is customer advocacy in the age of digital disruption. I'll repeat the topic for you once again. This is about customer advocacy in the age of digital disruption. The session is going to be chaired by the one and only Sunil Pinto, sir, from Advil. Give it up for him as I call him on stage to join us and chair the session. We already have with us Avinda sir over here, and I would love to call him on stage Anand Krishnanji, Head Marketing and Brand Management Marketing, ICICI Securities, for this session as well. Ladies and gentlemen, truly can't get bigger and better. Thank you. So, in the best interest of time, over to you all. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. We've been on quite a few hours of knowledgeable sessions out here, and privileged to be here moderating this session. Abhin, thanks a lot for the tremendous knowledge that you threw out at us and teaching us what is AI and what is not. We're going to get into more conversations there. But as it is right now, I mean, over the last few years, we realized that the entire customer life cycle has made a tremendous change. A lot of times in the 80s, 90s, 2000, early 2000s, we all were speaking about getting customers, keeping customers, retaining customers. And today, that life cycle has moved one more step, wherein they've added the aspect of advocacy. Here we are discussing the importance of customer advocacy, what really it is and what really it means. I'll come to you, Anand, first, in terms of what you believe customer advocacy, what is the path that customer advocacy has taken over the past few years, and why is it so significantly important today, overall in general, and more specifically in the BFSI, insurance, anything to do with the banking, finance services, insurance, as well as fintech industry.
Sure, and firstly, I think thanks for having me here, and it was very entertaining session, very enlightening. I have a lot of things to reflect. So coming back to the question that you asked, I think the whole purpose of customer adequacy or advocacy is to basically build that enhanced trust into the brand. But where does it actually start? It starts with an emotion of trust. Because the fact that you have created an experience that the customer has cherished, and therefore he is chosen to sort of advocate your brand, product, your service to the world out there. Now, the customer advocacy at one point in time was a very nascent stage, but now I think it's evolving with the technology coming into the frame. And some of the things that I've experienced myself and have seen happening in the BFSI phase have been first, I think most important thing is to give the customer his voice. The customer needs to feel that he belongs to the space and needs to feel heard. And I think that starts sort of building trust in the consumer first. Two is also about educating the customer. A lot of it happens because financial services in India, if you look at it, are traditionally very complex. If you go for buying a credit card, you don't know whether you're buying the right product or not. But an intervention will tell them saying, how do you buy the right card? How do you buy the right insurance? Which is the right insurance service for you? Or if you want to dabble in the stock market, which is the right broker for you? What are the aspects one must consider? I think these are knowledge specs that one must leave with consumers so that they are able to sort of see the brand in a very different way. Three, I think, is also about building a community, right? What happens today is that customers want to belong to a particular space. They want to understand, just like the way we are assembled here today, this community, right? And what we're trying to do here is basically learn from each other in terms of practices that are available in this particular space. And therefore, I think building a community becomes very important because community then helps customers navigate complex issues, remove inertia, product adoption, and that booms advocacy in a very huge way. Right? The fourth thing is also about bringing customer into the stories that you want to really tell your potential consumers, right? For example, one of the things that we very often do is do webinars where we actually get customers come and narrate their own experience, right? That builds a huge amount of loyalty, builds a huge amount of influence on consumers that you really want to influence in terms of bringing on board.
Thanks, Anand. Abid, you would like to add on to something there?
How we see advocacy, and as very rightly said, it is trust. Right? We are talking about trust as a factor. Now, ask yourself a simple question. What are the features or parameters of trust? You do what you say, and you are there when I need. This is what the customer is saying. There are the two parameters. I want my customer to know that when I am there for them or him or her, when they need me, and I am able to delight them when they need me, then they will be advocate of mine. Now, what technology, as he was rightly pointing, technology has enabled us to show this to many people. Pehle word of mouth tha, right? There is a new, and we were doing a design thinking recently, and we figured out that it is actually 4 o'clock. We deployed a Truecaller, and we wanted to figure out what is the best time they will pick the phone to give me a review, because we wanted review. Otherwise, we go to a typical website, wo niche ek photo lagi rehti hai. You know that is also fake, that content is also fake. We know it. But that testimonial is there in every homepage of a website of every company. Go to any website, testimonial एक जगह होगी. And my problem was when people used to write review Bajaj Capital. Some company, I will not name them, they said give us 5 lakh rupees per month. Otherwise, we will not let positive review come on our site. So there are review sites online who lets you do review, genuine review, but they are high in SEO, marketing. So he said, Bajaj Capital review keyword है ना, एक वेबसाइट पेज बना दो, bajajcapitalreview.com, और उसमें अपने कस्टमर के जेन्युइन रिव्यू डाल दो. और कस्टमर को बोलो we will give you Amazon vouchers if you give us genuine review there. So you can actually Google it and write Bajaj Capital Review, you will see our website. So now the guy who used to come and ask us 5 lakh rupees or 4 lakh rupees, say sir 25,000 रुपए per month भी कर दो, दूसरी हमारे यहाँ negative. What we did was went directly to the customer, and that is where the advocacy comes in. The gap of middlemen has reduced, and how we are seeing advocacy, like you are asking for a user-generated content. Yes, customer want to trust. वो service पैसे इसलिए दे रहा है क्योंकि trust कर रहा है. But my problem is insurance. Life insurance का पैसा भगवान ना करे आपको लगे कि आपको तो मिलता ही नहीं, आपकी फैमिली को मिलता है. हमारी कैटेगरी ऐसी, you know, सुबह उठ के nobody thinks कि आज मैं इंश्योरेंस लूंगा. Everybody thinks मिंत्रा की नई सेल आई है, right? मतलब Instagram, I'm just telling you, this content, sir. I had a very big problem and debate with my team and also report. क्यों देखेगा मेरी रील? भाई उसको GRWM देखना है. How many of you understand GRWM? Get ready with me. उसको लगता है लड़के को GRWM देखना है भाई. वो रील उठाया है. उसको बोल रहा है एक दिन मेरे जीवन में ऐसे हो गया. ये चले गए देख के, छोड़ के चले गए हमको. इनकी बच्चों की कोई लाइफ नहीं थी. So we said we will not do this. What we will do is tell customer an element of pride of buying insurance. So that is the narrative that we need to change of why somebody will follow the brand, because the UGC content is so good and relevant for them that makes them stay. And that's the whole game.
Growing up, the advocacy that would happen was in the voice of celebrities who would come in there for advertisements, or as Abhin referred to in the other room, Lalita ji. Okay, all of us, I mean, people of my generation would know Lalita ji, uski sari meri, I mean, about how to wash whiter clothes, and the customer experience which was in advertising. I mean, today's world, we're all about digital disruption, and the tools and techniques that there are for advocacy have changed tremendously. I'd like you both to throw a light on those tools and techniques that are applicable, that make a big difference in terms of advocacy, with a little bit of reference down the BFSI, down the BFSI sector, what really works in there.
Sure. So I think most critical part, while there is a technology at play, I think the most critical part is the entire content delivery mechanism. Right? What are you telling your customer? Do you understand your consumer? Have you segmented your consumer the right way? For example that you mentioned in your previous talk, about saying, how do I communicate with a Gen Z versus a boomer? Right? I think that understanding is critical, because that entire route of personalization plays a very critical role. Gone are the days where you could write a piece of communication straight on to everyone. What people need now is more personalized approach. The email that's available in the box, is that, and the communication that it carries, is that right for me? Is it good for me? I think that is where technology has a huge role to play first. Two, of course, in helping you sift your entire data and understand what are the different customer cohorts that that are in there, and therefore what is your strategy for a particular cohort, right? Three is that how quickly are you able to respond to your customer? And that technology has a huge role because, like for example, I'm picking up some examples that you covered in your talk, which is using generative AI, right? How quickly can we craft a piece of communication, put that out as a response, right? You pick up a thread on social media, what some negative sentiment about your brand, uh, how quickly are you able to respond? And a lot of it is done today using AI, right? One of the days where you're dependent on a warm body to really go pick up that thread and put a response. A lot of it is happening automated because you taught the machine in terms of how to respond to it, right? And therefore, these are some of the aspects where technology has a huge role to play. Uh, there are uh, there are businesses which require very high touch customer experience, especially the segment that I represent is capital markets. I think what happens there is that increasingly customers find it difficult to navigate, and it's not possible for you to be present at every customer touch point. And therefore, what we try and do is use a whole lot of digital intervention to get customer reeled in and sort of bring in industry experts, do a Q&A session where you can actually have questions answered. Actually, also bring in real customers to come and talk about their experience. We enable them with how to content in form of videos, in form of shots, of multiple content format to help them navigate the nuances and the difficulties that they would face in product.
Thanks, Anand. I mean, we've had a lot of examples in terms of specifics. Even if you just give us a touch on the most popular tools that are applicable today to drive advocacy in the world of digital disruption.
So, what I believe is everything that you want to do, the tool is available. What is not available is your ability to think through the customer journeys. And that requires the hard work, right? I will tell you the tool that we used for one of the campaign, which was Bless Me Ganesha. Our problem was the moment the Ganesha festival comes, recently, Maharashtra goes for a, so my CBO said here, Ganesh Utsav आएगा 12 दिन total loss है, क्योंकि कुछ नहीं बिकेगा, right? और इंश्योरेंस तो नहीं खरीद रहा होगा उस समय, भगवान जी मिलता है उस समय तो कुछ होगा नहीं, so इधर का लॉस कहीं और से भरना है, right? So we said इसको UGC करते हैं, तो बोला UGC क्या है भाई, CPO है हमारा चीफ बिजनेस ऑफिसर, उसको नहीं समझ आता यूजर जनरेटेड कंटेंट. मैं बोला एक काम करते हैं, blessmeganesha.com साइट बनाते हैं. We will say for every customer write your wishes to Shri Ganesha. We will put a Ganesha in all our 300 offices and 150 insurance offices. We will install, and for 10 days, ask all customers to come and write your wishes to Shri Ganeshji, and we will take it to Siddhivinaya. Right? And when you come, so what happened? Our problem was 4 lakh people walked in. That used to be 80,000 in a 10 days. We had no idea why it happened, and suddenly we said, oh, Bhagwan ji ka kitna power hai. Right? We actually did a bumper in the month because this. Now these people came in, we said, whatever information come, we made a card, right? All the information through AI and all these tools, and said, write down your wishes. So we got wishes like, मैं अपनी मम्मी का operation अच्छे से करा देना गणपति. And we took permission that can we read this and help you. मेरी बेटी को हार्वर्ड जाना है, क्या करूँ? So we have goal-based planning now. Now that branch is actually got all the information scanned in, and now they have content and lead enriched for that customer to talk to. Now for UGC content, what we said for our employees is send us your lyrics for praising Lord Ganesha as Vignaharta, and we actually named our session also the financial prosperity session as Vignaharta session. because financial विघ्न हटाने के लिए गणेश जी हैं. Right? So people came in to listen to that. Right? I'm talking about actual ground. This will not make a lot of noise in Instagram, right? Because that's not the audience who will. We will not walk into the branches. So now these guys said, we used a tool that you were asking. We used a tool called Suno AI. And we took all those lyrics and created 10 lyrics, top 10, by North, South, East zone. Right? So we have NSM, North, South, National Sales Manager for North, NSM for South, NSM for East. उन सबकी फोटो लगाई और बोला तुम में से जितने सॉन्ग है उसमें सबसे ज्यादा वोट आएगा उसको 10,000 रुपए मिलेगा. So his NSM's team started fighting. Then any customer will come and say, sir, please listen to this Ganesh Ji's Vandana and please vote, sir, which one is nice. So 7.5 lakh vote came. My YouTube subscription was 0, it became 25-30,000. No time. Why? So we could create UGC because the content was written, customer were giving and we are impacting business. So now this is an annual affair. Now there are brands coming saying, yeah, next year जो blessmeganesha.com करोगे ना उसमें आपको daily sponsor ले लेना और powered by कर लेना. So this is the power if you deploy UGC. I'm giving an example of how we did it. There is a famous example, of UGC with Lay's doing it like the best. FMCG को अपनी photo लगाना, right? या biscuit में आपको scratch coupon मिलेगा. Yeah, these are the masters of UGC content. In our category, it's very restrictive, right? I can understand we have Bajaj Capital investment, which is in the share market. I can't do anything on this. There's a lot of restrictions for us to do UGC. We can't say we have to ensure it is set right. So those things start happening for us. But I think there is tool called Suno AI for music. There is tool for creating testimonial.io. It's a very good tool which can be used. You can just share your link to the customer. They can record video and they will get a chance to choose whatever vouchers you want to give them. It is brilliant. So I am happy with 100 rupees Swiggy coupon, right? No, I am actually more happy with Zomato Gold, but its price is actually 30 rupees. There are more people who have taken Zomato Gold, which is 30 rupees versus 100 rupees cashback coupon, because we could use these tools. So this is where the closure part is.
Thanks for the example. I mean, we all know God knows best. I mean, I've had my own experiences on the power of Ganesha to increase traffic. Just the image of Ganesha, of Lord Ganesha somewhere actually multiplies the number of views and the reach of any social media post. Finally, I'd like to turn around the question. I mean, in terms of how do we measure the impact of advocacy or the role of advocacy in the actual business that we do? I mean, how do we really measure whether the impact of a campaign has actually generated more voices and more advocacy, more referrals, more testimonials in the industry?
I think, for me, the go-to KPI really is net promoter score, right? Because that really tells you how many of them are promoters and detractors. So that's a good conscious people in terms of how you perform in terms of customer service. The second one is also your social engagement measure, right? Because you may not be able to sort of put everyone through a but there's a lot of generality in terms of what person is saying on social media, right? And I think that picking up that sentiment and trying to apply an attribute to it is a very good way to look at it's a very good KPI to look at. The third one is, of course, you should look at what is the customer's age on relationship with you, because the longer the customer stays and and the more he's using your product, that's an indication that you're doing pretty all right in terms of loyalty, and loyalty, of course, leads to customer advocacy. The fourth one, also look at the transaction value of the customer, the lifetime value of the customer is increasing or not. Because at the end of the day, I think that's the whole objective of every business, right? To keep the cash register ringing. So that's the fourth one. Fifth, also look at how much of social sharing happens on the content that you produce, because it's impossible today to have any sort of brand presence without being on social platforms. So I think that will give you a good yardstick in terms of if customers really like you or not. Yeah, and then of course I think the other way of looking at it is you do qualitative research and do quantitative research from time to time to check what is the customer pulse. Is he a brand advocate, or is there areas where he thinks his brand really doesn't match up to his expectation, and things that one could improve in terms of how you mitigate those risks.
Okay. That's quite a checklist. You said NPS, CLV, sentiment analysis, VOC, social sentiment, etc. Anything you'd like to add on that?
We go by CLV as score, right? And multi-product. तो customer की lifetime value क्या है और वो multi-product जा रहे हैं. If these two are happening, then obviously we definitely see NPS, social sharing. Like for us, one of the things that happened was backfired. So many people walked in the campaign I was saying, right? And many of them said, "Okay, I have written to Ganesh ji now, he will take care." मैं क्यों लूँ? मैंने बोल दिया ना. उससे ज़्यादा पावर वो तो then we have to tell. And भाई भगवान बोल रहे लॉटरी लगाएगा पर लॉटरी तो खरीद. So those are the things which will happen when we get into it.
Thanks a lot, Abel, for the very humorous outreach and honestly very practical approach on what really drives customer advocacy and outlook. Very interesting thoughts, very interesting concepts that we shared here. I hope all of you have gained some information, some ideas, some perspective in terms of where we really want to go, how important and critical customer advocacy is, and be constantly on the lookout for how do we get a customer to talk to others, because at the end of the day, a customer would rather trust other similar people than anything that is mentioned by the brand, by the advertising, by any paid source. So we always rely on, today there's this great trend about influencer marketing. All right, so I guess on that note, we need to close this conversation. Thanks, Anand. Thanks, Abin. Look forward to more inputs, more insights from the both of you in the days to come through other such interactions. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being part of this session. Big thank you from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all three of you. I really wish दिन में 24 घंटे में उससे ज़्यादा भी होता, because we can keep listening them on and on. I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward and pose for a group photograph as well. as well. Head of Sales, West Hybrid. Can I please have a huge round of applause for both of them? Thank you so much, sir. Honor and pleasure, sir. And over to you. Can we have the mics, please, quickly? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for sparing time and around 7:17. And yes, we all know that we are waiting for the awards to start, so we will not take much time of yours. So I have Lawrence with me. He's the head of sales for my West market.
Hello, everyone.
We've been deep diving since morning, discussing about the BFSI category, what's been happening, what clients are looking at, what agencies are doing, what kind of campaigns are being driven, how BFSI can help. So here we are at Hybrid. So I'll just give you a snapshot of what we do. So this is like a BFSI Connect, which Hybrid started last year. And this is the second edition of ours, where we partnered with Activia and we said, yes, let's get together on the FINIXX Awards and do this, showcase our strengths and capabilities, what we've done in the last year and what we're going to do this year as well. So if you look at since last year to this year, we've increased our presence in the Indian market. We are at Lucknow, Ahmedabad, Bhubaneswar, Kolkata, all the smaller markets also where Hybrid has reached. Yeah. We've got 12 offices across the globe. We're present in Poland, Malaysia, Vietnam, Germany, Mexico, Cyprus, US, Thailand, Singapore, all these countries as well. What we do. So just to give you a snapshot, we're an ad tech company, full stack ad tech company, wherein we have our own demand side platform, we do our own developments, we have our own creative studios, we are an AI-driven contextual marketing as well. Since morning, we've been talking about AI, how AI is driven, and how contextual is moving. We have some products and services which we're going to showcase and tell you that how Hybrid has been into the contextual AI space and what best we've been doing there as well. Yes, again, a full stack programmatic advertising ecosystem is what we have. I've got 3 products of mine. One is my Hybrid platform, which is my PPC, demand side platform, wherein we do a lot of audience targeting, cohort targeting, and everything. IB, which is my in-house platform for mobile ads, basically, advertising also. And Vox, which we call it as a contextual marketing suite, wherein we talk about in advertising, which we will talk in length. I will move it on to Lawrence to take on the stage and explain you that how we decoded the approach for the BFSI services and what exactly we've been doing. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you. We all know that when the consumption of video is so high, that every marketer requires a video kind of an idea to be present. And here we are with this approach. We are one of the top 2 funnels, branding awareness and media research and information. So with that, we do our Video 360, where we have programmatic videos, we have OTT as an inventory, and we have a wonderful product called TV Sync that we'll speak about later. And then there is a contextual solution that is Vox. So this two form the top end of the funnel, first funnel. Then we have engagement, targeted audiences, and deep communication. We customize our programmatic solutions in such a way that you reach the right audience at the right time, also having something called triggers, which is very interesting. We kind of brought this together last time. We already were doing a lot of work on weather as a trigger. But then we realized that if a trigger can be used for weather, why can't it be used for with the market ups and downs? You would love to show your product to someone when the market is down. Invest. Right? That's where we got customized solution triggers. And then we have a smart optimization tool, which we'll speak about later how that goes.
This is where we are. We're going to talk about the brand awareness part. We're going to talk about consideration and engagement, because these are the 2 mid funnels, top funnel and the mid funnel, which we feel are the most important one. Yes, there is a lower funnel also, which is there, that performance well. But let's go and discuss that how branding and how customer reach can help you to reach that particular lower funnel as well through Hybrid. So what we go ahead and do is that we say that let's reach the right person at the right moment and give him the right message. So this is where hybrid comes into picture. And we say that yes, we will go and do the right message at the right time for you. Yes. Our awareness video stop, which you can take on.
So here we are, Video 360 as I started off. We have OTT as a supply, embedded branded videos. We have TV sync. It's a very interesting proposition. I would love for that thing to come up, but I'm trying to hold it to that time because I'm trying to reach, let me tell you this. When a person is watching an ad on television, what happens? You see the whole ad? No. You shift or you move on to your handheld device, something that is not the television. I can show that same ad to you. That means that when it's looking at the television, which is missed, I will miss him on his own. And then there are programmatic videos. Right? We have 10-second, 20-second videos. 10-second is the norm that is there across. But this forms the part of our supply. This is so important. And this becomes our whole programmatic offering also. So OTT supply is an extreme of it. We have still more that we offer. BFSI segmentation. Now this segmentation is very, very important for us because we are our whole platform is built in such a way that I'm targeting the right user at the right time when he's engaging with content that is specific to his interests. So when I'm talking about interests, I'm thinking about mutual fund or how to invest in mutual fund. I should have mutual fund. When somebody is talking about what insurance to do, I'm showing an insurance ad. And this is the programmatic video FINIXX, Rubicon, and Google Analytics.
So what does these two slides means? These two slides clearly indicates that yes, with hybrid we can do OTT, any kind of OTT campaigns that you want to do, programmatic, video campaigns, and yes, the audience segment that we talk about, we have an internal team who would actually develop all these audience segments as per the brief of the client, and we are to do that. It can be with mutual funds, life insurances, or banking segments. So this is just a small example that we have, but yes, we can go to the depth and share across that how your campaign can reach the branding and the consideration for the funds.
And just to add, we maintain total transparency. So when your ad is going, which kind of publisher it's on, which kind of platform it's on, there is complete transparency. Well, CTV, OTT, that's the next biggest thing that India is waiting for, and I think all of us are, I think all of our marketers are engaged in some kind of ad tech platform. We have it at IP also. Our partners are Expedia, FINIXX, Right Street,
So CTV is another buzzword. There's AI which is there, and it's connected TV that's coming the next thing. So yes, hybrid has kept its place, and we've introduced the CTV inventory within hybrid. We have the ROS CTV inventory on these particular platforms, which slowly is increasing. And yes, we can go ahead and give you the better inventory and not the remnant inventory of the CTV as well.
Vox, which is a good product. I'll just let you all go through a small understanding of it. Let me do this first and let's come back.
This is a small video about Vox, which is our in-image product that we've been talking about. This will showcase that how in-image is working in the market and how hybrid in the contextual suite is actually working with the in-image sphere for you. So in the meantime, the video starts.
Advertisers are facing really challenging
Here
times.
we go.
Users are currently
Restart the
overloaded with the
video.
amount of information they are browsing that they simply don't see ads.
Restart the video.
Advertisers are facing really challenging times. Users are currently overloaded with the amount of information they are browsing that they simply don't see ads. Are you looking for effective ways to win users' attention? Let Vox help. Our platform is based on contextual targeting across various inventory, using AI-based stack of technologies, computer vision, Semantica 360, and SmartScore. AI helps to analyze mobile apps and recognize 15K plus types of objects in graphics, text, and videos, making contextual targeting more efficient than ever. Vox offers a multi-format approach, including an image, rich media, custom mobile formats, along with standard banners, video, and native ads. The predictive analytics approach behind format allocation maximizes powerful impact of ads and creates memorable experience. Relevancy, engagement, safety. Leverage the benefits of AI-driven contextual targeting and catch customers' attention. Vox, powered by AI, guided by humans.
So yes, we will talk about three things, which is relevance, engagement, and safety. Now, Vox in image can help you with this name and what it is.
Domains and apps form a very important part of the supply, without possibly will drive. And computer vision is something that is a very integral part of our ethos at Hybrid, wherein our AI, Semantica, it reads the whole image, it understands the mood of the image, and then it forms an in-app scoring, which means how many people have visited, how many times, how many people are reading one particular section, how many people are reading one particular, say for example, reading about insurance, so they come under one category. People are reading a lot about mutual funds, they come under one. And this, we place relevant ads at that time, at that moment, and that's how the relevancy which you counted comes into the stay, right? So just imagine, again I'll reiterate, because it's very important, we have a lot of options in the market where you're not reaching your user at the right time, at the right moment. What Hybrid's contextual offering with Semantica 360 does is it reaches the right audience at the right time, and this gives you much better matrix. At the end of the day, your CTRs are better, your engagement is better, reaching on the site is more pure, all around the page is more pure, and that gives a very different reporting at the end of the day for each marketer.
So before we move ahead, I'm going to give you a very layman term. We spoke about in-app scoring, we spoke about categories of relevance and relevant ads. What is relevant ads? So today, we in Hybrid, we do not touch the standard ad units. What we have is we have our codes implemented on all the big publishers, approximately whitelist 200 odd publishers in the Indian market. And when we run the campaigns, we run it contextually. So our AI tool that you see in the video right now, our AI tool will actually scan the complete article and the image within the article. It will see like whether it is a relevant image or it's not, and then throw the ad on that particular relevant image of the article basically. So this is where it comes into picture. So we have an iron hub at the back end. We go ahead and manage everything, whatever content categories are required, whatever images are required and everything. And on that particular basis, we start the campaign and then we go ahead and optimize and go on to the relevant images. Just giving you a basic example. Say for example, I'm planning a holiday trip to Switzerland, and I'm looking at an editorial article reading about Switzerland, but yes, I'm reading, I'm engaging with the image as well. And when I'm engaging with the image, at that point of time, if one of my clients is making a trip, comes to Hybrid and says that I want to advertise some holiday packages or something, and when I'm engaged, I see an ad which is there of Make My Trip. That is the place where we go ahead and engage with the user, and yes, that is the engagement that happens. So we do not use the standard banner, we don't use the normal 350 banners, or we don't do an RMS inventory, we do contextually on the right image. So as we mentioned Hybrid earlier, we say that the right person, the right message at the right time is someone whom we track. This is where we are with Vox to give a basics about.
So here it is. Our algorithms, as Ganesh said, look at it. What are we searching for? What is our tags? Looking for uploads, banks. That's the title. It's looking for financial products, savings account, money. This becomes a part of my segmentation. What my AI has done, it's read all these things and also look at the image. Save money. There are coins in there. There is save can be anything, right? Save can be save me. Save can be save money. But our AI is so potent that it can differentiate between a save me and a save money. This is a very good example of one of our wow products. So we have an image, which is a normal image. You will see a strip exactly running below the. This is the This is the editorial image, and under the image we have a strip. But we also have this that's called wow, which goes outside the editorial. Now this creates impact. When a person is reading an article, he sees a strip ad, okay, a lot of people doing strip ads. He also sees something going out of the image, which is a blast, which is something that catches his eye and engages. There is 100% viewability. What I mean by that is only when the image, the editorial image is in the viewable area, does the ad get shown. That means it's 100% viewability. And because of that, there is maximum user engagement.
So the applicability of neurosciences today says that it takes 3 seconds for a user to actually engage with an ad. So yes, that is why we've got some wow effect that we call about, like an innovation, a high-level innovation, where you see the complete screen gets captured for 3 seconds and then it settles down. That's the applicability of neurosciences, which has been measured that within 3 seconds, yes, the engagement happens, and post that it does not. So this is where our ad units are not inclusive, is something that we need, and the engagement and the usability is much better with our kind of ad units that you have. As we look at special images, attention and engagement, we look at touch effects, that the kind of effects that we put in are these kind of ad units that we have. Some industry creative examples that we've done, like a strip, like a sticker, a flip with DSP mutual funds, Nippon, UTI mutual funds. These are some case studies that we have about that. Why Vox? Why hybrid Vox in image is something that we talk about. We have a very basic clarity about thoughts that yes, everyone would do a keyword targeting. Image targeting, few of them will do, yes, we also do. Video analysis, yes, there are some AI-based content competitors who would be doing, and hybrid in Vox will be doing as well. We do URL meta, which yes, if you're a big guy, also does. But what more we do, as Lawrence was talking about, in-app scoring and the content recognition and categorization. So we do the content recognition, and the touch effects and the wow effects is something which comes into picture. The kind of innovations, the kind of engagements that we look into is actually helping the users today, is actually helping the brands today to go on and say that yes, they got the right person for there with the right message that they have. What do you?
Some of our next case studies that we have put, there will be more, but yeah. So the strategy is always to target the right audience and with a more attractive ad format. We are doing that. We can increase awareness and engagement. And how we do customized box contextual marketing strategy, innovative and engaging ad formats, and the top publishers. Again, this is not a is you get to see who the population is. It's there in the media plan, and this creates perfect transparency. Because we did a campaign for ICICI 8 years. Have a look at the CPR.
So why we say that the CTR earlier was 0.9% to a 2.48%? Because yes, again, it's a full wow that we call about. Again, 3 seconds, we've done the engagement with the user's engaged with the ad, the user's looking at the ad, and then he clicks because he's the right person to go onto the right message that's been given to him. He's reading the right article, and while he's reading is the time that we've actually captured him and we've said that this is what you wanted, and this is where we give you, and you go ahead and do it. Some more case studies like Mac Baroda's and all we've done. Again, some good CTRs, some scrollers, some kind of ad units that we have that we wanted to present to you. SBI Life is one of our clients as well.
You see that the BFSI sector does engage in top of the funnel. I've been hearing a lot of stuff that they engage with the mid funnel and most importantly bottom funnel, but no. SBI Life, again, our CTRs are about 9 months.
So last year when we did the BFSI Connect Part 1, we were very hesitant. Thought that yes, it's more of performance and yes, we're getting into that sector. We're going to talk to brands about us and how we're going to measure it. This is where we went ahead and presented. That was the basic kind of stripes and scrollers and the kind of basic ad units that we have. We presented, the brands liked it, they tested, and in the last 1 year, we've gone ahead and introduced more ad units which are actually helping the brands increase because they're looking at engagement, they're looking at the kind of awareness which is happening with their kind of products that they have in the market, which can be a bank, which can be a insurance company, which can be a mutual fund as well. But yes, we've understood that BFSI today not only works on performance, but looks at a lot of consideration and branding as well, where hybrid and box comes in.
This is a case study that we have for Mobile's and CPRs are high. Again, with normal street banner. Look at this ad, the whole editorial has flipped. That ensures that the person, and it's the right ad at the right time.
So these are some top premium publishers that we are working with. We are working with Times of India, One India, Liveman, Carteco. It's not that this is the only one, but yes, there are a lot of, I would say, Money Control, Network 18, they all are on our panel, and they all are working with us with these kind of ad units. And everything has been approved, and then the campaign goes live. Okay. TVC is what Lawrence was more interested in talking about, and here it is for you, Lawrence.
Okay. So again, one of our other products that is been doing pretty well in the BFSI space is FINIXX. Now, primarily what happens is even Nielsen came up with a study that, as I said, a person is looking at a program or looking at, say, cricket earlier. And there is an ad. All possibility and all probability this device is handled. I teach it by showing you an ad and I go into it. How do I do that? So my technology, FINIXX, has the ability to listen and also register all the ads that are there in television of the brand. Let's take example, ABCD brand is advertising in slots, TV slots, 9:45 in the morning, 10:30 in the, no, 10:30 again, and somewhere in the noon, and then again somewhere in the evening. At that moment in time, my ad, my technology understands this, and my app, so this is an in-app inventory. My app, whoever I've tied up with, can show this ad to them. ABCD ad going on there, he doesn't look at it, there's a match going on, somebody got out. What happens? He moves on to, when he moves on to his handle, the same ABCD ad is shown on his handle. So they have not missed that, number one. How does this happen? This happens because I have read his intent there and it's shown on his screen. Now this doesn't mean that if Gandharv and I, so if Gandharv and I are sitting in the same room and there's somebody who is 15-year-old who the BFSI doesn't want to reach out, he will not be shown yet. So I can do age targeting, can do interest targeting, can do demo targeting. And all these are possible. So rest assured, my ad is being shown to the person that I intend to show. And this also works, a flip on this. So ABCD ad going on, ABCD ad shown on the app. For example, ABCD ad showing on XYZ competitor says that when ABC ad is shown, I want to show my ad. So that's also possible.
We discussed about the branding part. Now let's go and just spend some time. I will not take much of your time and discuss about the consideration and the engagement where we go ahead and do that. So Lawrence, if you could just explain that what are the available options like the Indian stock exchanges, the kind of ad units and everything that we have is something that we are going to deep dive into and showcase that how we can do that.
So we put this together in terms of our learnings with one of our triggers. We have triggers, weather trigger that we do. So whenever there's a change in weather, we show an ad specific to that. So say for example, up in the north, it's very cold now, right? So now mostly the warm clothes come out, sweaters, pullovers, and down here in Mumbai, it's not so cold. So the not so cold kind of just your normal cotton sweaters will come out. Now we can show an ad specific to that region. Also mentioning the degree that is there on top. So if it's 20 degrees in the north and if it's 26 here down, we can show that in that ad unit. Keeping that in mind, we drag out with external triggers and we got this trigger specifically for the stock market. Where there is fluctuation in cost. Now, Indian stock exchanges, live trading volumes, exchange rates, all this is going to be. And we can show up to two values. So we can mix and match that. And how are we going to do that? Through display formats, web, mobile, app. So it's going to be across the spectrum of where it's going to be delivered.
So these are some kind of creatives or something that we can actually go ahead and do the live indices as well. So we tied up with external partners and we ensure that when a creative is running, within the creative, you want to show the live indices, the live stock exchanges is something that we have that capability as well, which can run for your particular brand also. So yes, when we talk about hybrid places, so engagement, that's a geo-based solution. We've been talking about a lot of solutions like a hyperlocal. Someone would like to do a pin code targeting. They want the user that, I want the user to do an online to an offline attribution, wherein we want them to come to my store and visit. So yes, this is where we are in hybrid. We also have that solution where we can not only go to a pin code, wherein we do within a 50 meter as well, we can target is something that we something known as hybrid places. So say for example, brand comes to me and says that I want to target only the malls in Mumbai or in Vashi or somewhere. So we have those triggers wherein we will only target the relevant malls. We do not need the pin codes. We do not need the geo-based locations. Our system internally, the AI will track and use that and go ahead and track those particular users over there. Within the range of 50 meters, we can go down up to 50 meters and track. Now, question comes over here that you can track within 50 meters, but in the mall, someone might be on the first floor or the second floor. How would you do that? That is again through hybrid places. Our tool will go ahead and give you the reports that whether the user has actually been near the store, how near has he been. I agree that I cannot be 100% sure that yes, that person has entered. But yes, we have the capability of coming to the store and saying that what is the percentage, the estimations and something that we come up with. So these are some smart optimization tools. So this is something that we're launching this time in India. Everyone has been talking about generative AI, how Gen AI has been working. So yes, we got some tools where we've also worked on, and we said that, hey, this is hybrid, and here we come up with the Gen AI, how the creative optimization can help within Gen AI, how the creative optimization can help, what creatives can work around, and how it can help. So Lawrence, over to you because he's mastered this style. He's the right person to explain it.
Let me hold your attention for another 10 seconds and then we'll let you go. Now, this is the original image. Everybody can see. The original image has certain elements, like the background, this stays the same. I'm sorry we don't have a BFSI specific, what do you say, example out here. But yes, now this task is the same, but there is a change in the generated image later on. This means that an advertiser needs to give me one of his ad units, 728 by 90. I get that into my creative craft. And then, depending on the signals that I get from my AI, from my semantica that tells me, hey, you know, there are people who are looking for units where there is a different background. Now you see, background here has changed. It's not to that. So, say for example, we're talking about an insurance company giving me ad unit where there are two people younger and they are in a setting of a home. And then there are two people, male, female, who are in the setting of a restaurant. Now this is the change that happens through our, the signals that I've got from my AI is telling me, you know what, people who are looking at images that are set in an outdoor, vis-a-vis images that are set in a home. So there is this possibility that we can change this. And this is how it gets changed. Move on. Okay. Now these are, so we have our own DCO which is pretty advanced, correct? And we all know what DCO is. Most of us understand the pluses of a DCO, though very few marketers in India use it, but we have that technology. And say for example, there is again I'm going into an example. Say for example, there is an image that is very specific to mutual funds where we have seen that there is a particular fund that is going high. They want to show it at a particular time. And then they want to show another fund that is very specific to educating the audience. We showed that fund at that time. Keeping in mind my CPM, my CTRs, and my post-click conversions, I optimize that according to that and show them the ad accordingly. Again, my AI is doing this. My whole backend is working towards getting the right image, the right ad unit, the right audience. This is very interesting because when I came across this particular thing, my AI can also optimize on CPM and CTR. So to get you the right CTR, I've learned how in the time of bidding, we know the bidding environment. How in the time of bidding, what would be the right CPM to get you the right CTR, keeping all the costs in place. This is the beauty of how we have come to evolve from just not doing your normal in-image wow, but also getting you the right amount of CTR and the right amount of CPM. And this is done through our machine.
Yes, we've spoken about AI, we spoke about ML, we spoke about walks, we spoke about in-image. There's a lot that we've spoken about today about OTTs and everything that we do. So yes, with hybrid, we can work at this not only CPM, but in the coming time, another week or so, I would be launching my walks, which would be on the cost per engagement or a cost per click as well. So that is something new that will be coming to all my clients and agencies. My sales teams will be discussing with you very soon. And that's another thing that's in talks, and soon we'll be launching those kind of things as well, because that's a need of the hour. And yes, we at Hybrid believe that we need to be with the pace at the need of the hour, and we will always be there. Some BFSI industry clients, so we've already showcased our case studies that we worked around. We can definitely share this deck along with the case studies. Whoever needs it can get in touch with us, and we can help you out in the same. Thank you so much for your time. I know that we've taken a lot of time of yours. We need to go ahead with the awards. And any questions, I'm around, my team is around. Please feel free to ask, and we'll be able to help you as well.
Thank you so much, sir, for that detailed explanation. Please give them a big round of applause. Any questions, any queries, please feel free to connect with them. They are kind enough to do that. I request both of you to kindly please take your seats, that we have the goodies from as well. So if you could please take us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, all sources, this is a full house. Please give the team a love and love. Thank you so much, sir, to both of you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we come to an end of the FINIXX Summit 2024. We are all set to move forward with the awards in the next 15 minutes. I request all of you to kindly please give us 15 minutes. We need this room to be vacated because they need to get the chairs and everything sorted. I'll see you all in the next 15 minutes so that we get going with the inaugural season of the FINIXX Awards 2024. Thank you so much, everyone, for the wonderful audience that you have been throughout the summit. Thank you. See you all in the next 15 minutes.